And are we live? Quick check.
Yep, you're live.
Thank you very much.
I have enough confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance to show you confident or not. Don't get caught in the matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.
And we are live. There you go. Model Affliction Mondays. I'm Bev. Not model afflicted at all. But we do have a like a daycare centre for the model afflicted. If you'd like to come in, brag about your model. Perhaps you've been triggered by somebody typing model in the chat. You never know. You might be model afflicted personally, or you might be afflicted by other people's models. You might not be able to stop talking about other people's models. We run a daycare centre. Anytime anybody wants to come in and talk about a model, this seems to be the place to do it. I don't know why. People want to sell us models. They want to presume that we have models and tell us that we've got the wrong model. If you want to do that, come on in. Interesting day today. Pi Day to all of the people that get your numbers and months and days the wrong way round. We don't do that over here, but Logos gave us a conversation the other day, which we've been discussing for quite a while. Pi. is, well, circles, things. People, not many people seem to know about pi, so I've got a few. I've got a few just to let everybody know. Pi, it's 314, but that's only if you put a number to it. We're going to go over a conversation that we had a couple of days ago with Brenda. Brenda was keen for us to put this out. Wanted the recording of it. I don't know whether we're going to get through the full recording of this today, but it's on the cutting board, so I will be putting this particular video out in the next couple of days. It'll be Brenda's American Pie model. Oh yeah, that's what I was doing, wasn't it? I was getting my pie thing. So pie, oh, not that one. Pie is just simply the relationship of the circumference of a circle, which is all the way round the outside, and the diameter. It's just the circumference. Well, pi is the ratio of the circumference to the diameter, which means you put the circumference. Oh, thank you very much. I thought you just come remember. I don't know what was that. Is that how you could get green again? Neat. Emma says, help support on the level. Or was that just a...
No, that's a
pie.
It's just
a pie.
Yeah. It's, I think, like once a month you get a free member milestone message. So
yeah, Patreon. I think Patreon's better than YouTube, actually. YouTube's a bit of a rip-off. Right, so we've got the ratio. So simply, that's all pi is. If you put a number to it, or try to put a number to it, you end up with a number that never ends. It never starts in a sequence. It never replicates any of it, as far as they know. So within the mathematical structure, that would state to me that it's not a thing. It's maths has decided to not let that have a value for some reason. Now, I would say there might be a reason for that.
Yeah, you can fit an infinite number of squares in there.
Yeah.
You will never square the circle. That's why it's infinite.
Because they tried. They tried
for a long time.
Yeah, supposedly, right? They tried for a long time to square the circle, as everybody's heard, and they finally proved that they couldn't. I'm guessing with computers, they found out that there doesn't seem to be an end to this number, pi. That is how they prove that you cannot square a circle. I would say, leaving them with a number, a value of a number that they call, Brenda will use it in the thing if we get that far, called a transcendental. That just means, well, transcendental means of the spiritual world. And this is sort of the same thing within maths. It's a number that can never be reached. It has no end. That's probably why they call it a transcendental number. But the main point is that what you recognize as pi is the ratio of the circumference to the diameter. I'd rather not say too much more and like people to sort of go over this for themselves. Anybody want to think that we might need a little bit of a preempting to what's going to happen here, that or do you want to like stop and part way through? Anybody want to what sort of system do you want to go with? Oh, obviously this is Model Affliction Monday. If you would like to come in and take part, come and join us. We're going over a conversation that we had with Brenda about Pi. Considering it's Pi Day, Logos gave us this the other day. I didn't even realise it was going to be Pi Day today. It's so good. I was going to do another couple of videos on the 2D, 3D balls with Brenda, but looks like this one's popped its head up, and I would imagine this is going to be quite big. If you're at all into the mathematical geometric, because I would say the more I've looked into this and found Euclid is based on reality. It's the only geometry that's formed that makes it into the 3D realm, i.e. reality. It's the only geometry you can actually use in reality. So it's quite fundamental within the mathematics as well, both based on logic. Right, let me get this.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, right? It's the only geometry that is actually founded on sound and valid logic. There is no contradiction in there.
Oh. Right, there you go. So for you guys in Discord, we've got thing up now. Like I say, basic geometry, everybody knows what a circumference of a circle is and what the diameter of a circle is. Now that is geometry, Euclidean geometry. Nobody knows any different. There's no other different circles other than the one you know that has a circumference and a diameter and a radius, obviously. The relationship of those two, the diameter and the circumference, is what we call pi. It's Pi Day today. Pi is a number. Well, pi is the relationship of the circumference over the diameter, quite simply.
Yeah, it's a ratio.
Yeah, it's a ratio. It's not a static number. And because it's not a number like that, it's a ratio. Well, Euclidean, let's say. Say everything, not wanting to big up Euclidean geometry, but this is entirely Euclidean. I've never seen a definition of a circle or a straight line out of Euclidean geometry. Let's just say that. Okay. You let us know on let's see. Right. Oh, wait a minute. Let me get this sorted. Oh. Right, there you go. That's better. So, are we ready? Everyone all right? Quick Pi Day. Well, this isn't going to be quick. Anybody want to butt in, say anything? Here we go.
Do you have the pi symbol as your Discord avatar?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like
I
rather
just noticed
ironic,
that
isn't
now.
it?
Oh, that's fucking gorgeous, that.
Even though it's not a constant, it's okay.
Yeah.
Can't
Because
be.
that's what it is. They need Euclidean geometry to do all their stolen concept shit, but they, as a front, but in the back they're doing their magic globe shit.
Yeah, I didn't realize the absurdity of Brenda's symbol, huh? She argues non-Euclidean, but she has pi as a symbol.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
I just noticed the symbol now.
How is that absurd?
Well, it
Oh
sort
yeah,
of
you're the
goes along with the,
non-Euclidean one.
yeah, it goes along with the absurdity of Brenda. So it's completely fitting.
Yeah.
Sort of like, I would call that a flat Earth society-ism, or I guess you could call them globe Earth society as well. Same thing, right? Confusing people.
Yep.
Confusing you is not very hard.
Well, you've not managed to do it. We're just uncovering all of these contradictions.
All I have to do is have the pi symbol and you get confused.
No, you don't realize the implications, do you?
What is the implication?
Do you put a value to that pi?
Yeah, I value it because it was sort of symbolizes a first encounter I had with a certain person like several years ago, maybe 3 or 4 years ago.
Wow.
That's why.
Nathan?
Nobody you would know.
Well,
Okay.
that would go to make more sense that you're not using it because of what the symbol actually represents then.
Yeah.
I still wouldn't see the problem. What's the problem with? I
Do-
like mathematics.
Yeah,
I like
do-
mathematics. So
Do you go C over D, or do you assign a numerical value to it, which is of more importance?
what?
Yeah.
Assign a numerical value. I don't know what you mean by that.
What's the symbol you've got there, Brenda? Do you know?
It's an apple pie with the Greek letter pi written on it
Yeah.
for Pi Day.
Uh-huh. So do you know what pi is?
Well, Pi Day, yes. Pi is a transcendental number.
Do you know what that means?
So
Yeah.
do you assign a numerical value to that?
Sure, I suppose. I
Oh,
don't know what you mean by that.
you don't know what I mean by assigning a numerical value to something.
Yeah,
Oh no.
to pi because pi is a transcendental number.
Yeah, C over D. It's a
So do you
ratio.
know what? Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
ratio. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
And that's a
it's more of a ratio then than a number, because that's not a number, is it? C over D isn't a number. It's
yeah.
It's not got a numerical value assigned to it. It's just C over D ratio.
Holy shit, you really are stupid, aren't you?
Oh, well, we may be talking past each other, Brenda. I don't know.
No, we're not.
Hmm.
You think a ratio can't be a mathematical object?
A mathematical object.
That's what pi is.
A mathematical object.
Jesus Christ, you people are stupid.
Mm.
Ooh, law of
Yeah, don't
identity.
forget we're talking about Brenda and Contradiction City. So
Yeah. Mathematical object. That's beautiful.
So you think that a ratio is not a number?
well, I was saying, do you, Brenda, assign a numerical value to that symbol that you've done, or do you keep it as a ratio? It's very simple, Brenda. Very, very simple.
Pi is a transcendental number, so it is a number.
Yeah.
It is the number that you get when you put, circumference over diameter. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a number.
Yep. Does it change? Is it ever differing?
No, of course not.
Oh. Are you sure?
Yes, totally.
Uh-oh. Thank you. Next.
There you go.
What are one of the different values of pi?
No, I mean, that would be ridiculous to talk like that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, can you imagine? Anyone thinking pi would have a different fucking value?
Yeah, imagine
Stupid.
thinking pi is not consistent.
I agree. It is a number, a transfinite number.
Transcendental, transfinite, mathematical
Yes.
object.
Yes. These are simple concepts, dude.
Yeah.
Right on.
A circle, fucking absolutely. Radius, circumference, fucking brilliant. It's definitely Euclidean, though, right?
It's a trigonometric function.
Yeah, that's Euclidean too.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, pi shows up in all kinds of places.
Yep, definitely Euclidean. Thank you very much.
Other places too.
Pardon?
It shows up in all kinds of places.
Euclidean pi, yeah, absolutely. Transcendental.
Nobody thinks of it just being Euclidean. It's just.
But it is, though, isn't it? I mean, like, it has to be, doesn't it?
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, the ratio of the radius or diameter and the circumference, that ratio is particular to Euclidean geometry.
No, it isn't.
Absolutely it is. If you put a numerical value to it, absolutely.
You don't know anything about math, Bob.
No.
Well, yeah, radius and diameter and circumference. I mean, that's definitely Euclidean, isn't it?
Pi shows up in all kinds of places.
Yeah,
Like,
it's Euclidean. It's obviously reality.
Euclidean.
Yeah, that's why it's there. Because it's transcendental, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah. Euclidean must be transcendental too. You'd think. Wouldn't you?
No. What are
Why?
you talking about?
What do you mean? Who? What? No way. Yes. Did you ever study mathematics, Brenda? Do you ever do any geometry? I mean, I know you don't think Euclid is relative to reality, do you? It's weird that you think pi's transcendental.
That is
Hmm.
a bit odd.
I don't understand. You don't think pi is a
You don't
transcendental?
understand. You don't understand pi, do you? Or do you? I mean, it's nice that you've got it as a symbol. And it's definitely Euclidean, isn't it? That ratio of the diameter to the circumference.
Definitely consistent.
Hmm. What does transcendental mean? Brenda, did you just make that up? So you could get trans into something. Do you want me to Google it?
Excuse me. No, I don't have to. So, transcendentals are non-algebraic numbers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because algebra's letters and numbers are numbers, right? So I would guess, is every number a non-algebraic number? No. Which are the numbers that are algebraic? Which are the numbers that are algebraic? so I can make a note.
Like say the integers.
Which ones?
Natural numbers, integers, whole numbers, right?
They're all algebraic.
Rational numbers, yes. Pi is an irrational number,
Mm-hmm.
which means it's non-algebraic.
You mean the Euclidean pi? Because you don't know about the other ones, do you?
Nobody talks like that. That's just nonsense.
Well, you can't speak for the non-Euclidean pies, can you? You only know about the Euclidean pi, don't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The one you've assigned a numerical value to. There's a direct ratio between the... I mean, it's all right as a ratio, because then you can get away with it, but the moment you assign a numerical value to it, then you are assigning Euclidean.
I still don't know what you mean by assign a numerical value. I don't know what that means.
No. I know. You don't know what numbers are, do you? The algebraic ones.
Or either one. Yeah.
Do you know what the algebraic numbers are? Or the actual numbers that we all use?
I told you.
Mm-hmm. Because just saying C over D, circumference over diameter, that's not really assigning a numerical value to it, is it? It's keeping it as a ratio. Because that's what pi is. We get everybody to learn a bit here, Brenda.
You can truncate
Pi.
You can truncate it to, like, say, the last 4 digits or something, which is what people usually do, right? When you're making an actual calculation, you just expand it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the last 4, no, to the first 4 digits right after 3. Yeah,
Oh, right. So you have, like, you said 3 there. So that's a numerical value. So you do know what assigning a numerical value is to that symbol then, right?
People just use, 3.14. A lot of times people just use 3.14.
Yeah.
Depends on the degree of accuracy they want. 3.14 or 3.1415, right?
Yeah, but the moment you do that, you are definitely assigning Euclidean geometry to your calculation, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know. I know it's tough. Can we do our best? Right. That symbol that you've got is your sign. It's pi. It has a ratio. It is the ratio of the circumference of a circle
to the diameter
of the circle. Right. Now that circle that you have just described there is Euclidean, because it's a 2-dimensional circle on a superficies with the ratio of that circumference to that diameter. Now,
yes, but
the fact that triangles are formed within a half of that circle along the diameter, really, and that's the way we can do it. The relationship of the circle to the triangle, as you know, all triangles can be circumscribed, right? That's also Euclidean. So that goes to show that that very circle is related to the triangles of 180 degrees, or the sum of 2 right angles, directly. That's Euclidean. The moment you put a numerical value to that pi, you are definitely talking about Euclidean. And you, like you say, you only know one value for pi, so that's really handy. That must be then Euclidean geometry. We all can just sort of go, well, that's that sorted. Thanks a lot. We're just Euclidean. I don't know why anybody else would ever talk of any other geometry. I mean, what's the point?
If you, absolutely, you need much more. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
If you progress beyond, like, say, junior high school. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So where does pi change then? That you know of? When was the last time you heard of somebody changing pi?
It doesn't change. I don't know what are you talking about?
Okay. So it means that we just must be in Euclidean 3 space, right?
How does that follow?
How does that follow?
Yeah.
Because that's what you use for your value for pi.
Because-
It happens all everywhere, you said.
Because pi, therefore we live in 3 space?
Euclidean. Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it does. Makes absolute sense, doesn't it?
That's the argument.
The argument is Euclidean geometry. Is the geometry used in reality? With parallel horizontals and perpendicular verticals. Shortest line distances being a straight line, i.e. Euclidean.
Yeah, this is just you make a religion out of Euclidean geometry.
No, we're just talking about how we describe reality, Brenda.
Oh, we can use lots of other things to describe reality.
Brilliant. I think Euclidean is the best mathematical way of us keeping it to an exactness. Like you don't want to start messing about with pi, do you?
If I describe something, do I live in the description or the thing I'm talking about?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Well, how do you define the circumference over the diameter? And is it important? I wouldn't. How important is it anyway? It's only because you had it as your avatar, and we just thought it would be good to bring a conversation about it.
If I use math to describe reality, which is real, the description or the thing I'm describing?
Well, the thing that you're describing is real. Are you saying people have got things wrong?
That wasn't the question.
Okay.
Try to focus.
Well, the description is meant to do its best to describe something in reality, right? And pi does that very well mathematically with a number and a ratio.
Could I use maybe other things to describe reality?
What would you use to describe pi?
Just something else.
Yeah, other than like a symbol, a ratio, or a numerical value. You wanted something else now as well. But not a different numerical value.
Try to focus. Right. If I use Euclidean geometry to describe reality, which is real? Reality or the geometry?
The geometry, if it is failless, right? If you can't fail the geometry, then it's doing a very good job for describing reality, right? Because that's all it is a descriptor of reality.
I could have a map that does a very good job of describing where the cities and roads and trees and mountains.
Yeah, 2-scale maps, they're very good. I've got them.
Which is real? Which is real? The map?
The map's real as well. I've got one. They're definitely real.
Which is real? The map?
The maps.
Or the territory?
Both of them. Both of them are real. The map's definitely real. And the land that was measured is definitely real. All of the measurements that were made were definitely real. And they would have to be checked as well, because putting them on the map would show any inaccuracies in it, wouldn't it?
Do I live on a map, Bev? Is that where I live? On a map?
I don't know. Well,
You don't know.
what's your carpet like? I don't know.
You don't know whether I live on a map or whether or not I live in the real world. Which is it?
I'm not so sure you live in the real world. But I mean,
I
I
know.
haven't. I don't. Like I say, I don't know what your carpet's like.
Where do I live? Do I live on the map?
I don't know. I don't want to know where you live, Brenda. Don't be trying to.
I know
take me
you need
over.
to
I don't
avoid
walk
this
around.
because you realize now you made a mistake.
Sorry.
That's rich.
Yeah.
Brenda, you don't think the map is real? Because that's all Beth said. The map is real. He has one.
Rakia, where do I live? Do I live on the map or do I live on the tip?
We don't know where you live, Brenda.
No, that's not the question. So
Yeah, you asked where do we think you live?
no,
We
that's
have
not,
no idea where you live.
that's not the question.
Well, maybe it's a malformed question.
No, it's not. It's actually a question that quite a lot of authors like Nathan.
Why are you bringing other people into this? I asked you a question. Do you think maps are real?
No, the question is
Are maps real?
which is more real, the map or the territory?
He answered that already. They're both real.
No,
The
they're
land
not.
is real, and the map that it describes is real.
Where do I live? Do I live in the territory?
We
or-
don't know where you live.
Yeah, that
This
wasn't.
is getting old, Brenda. I mean, come on, you've got to do better
We
than
move
that.
on.
How you're not
We
going to sell many
obviously-
globes talking like that? Come on,
So it's obvious to
up
everybody.
your game, Brenda.
No, I have.
You're meant to be an expert at this, aren't you?
Yeah.
Aren't you one of the best?
No,
You're
I'm
not one of the best.
Let's just
No, we're
let's
going-
just go over it again. We have no idea where you live. We don't want to know where you live.
That's not,
Maps are real. Maps are real, and the land that they're describing in reality is real.
so Beth, it sounds to me like Rakia is model afflicted.
Really, Brenda.
Yeah.
Like I'm struggling to understand what's going on here, Brenda. I mean, there's a lot of people like this that you don't seem to hear. You seem to be having a different conversation.
Yeah,
Like-
yeah, you do
Like,
struggle.
what's the point of you coming round here and like having a different conversation?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, there
He
you go.
means you avoided his pie question. You moved on to do you live on a map, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
To even ask.
Well, we covered pie.
Hey, you go back to answering the pie question.
Well, it's
Can
really.
you change pie in your reality?
I'm sorry. What?
Can you change pie in your reality?
No, of course not.
So it's Euclidean then, right? The reality that you live in is Euclidean because
It's not Euclidean. It's transcendental.
Oh,
okay,
wow.
you can't beat that. Like you can't beat that. It's delusional.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm delusional.
Mhm.
Are you just traveling in circles? Like you're saying whatever word you want to say to make it sound good to you. It doesn't make any logical sense.
Pi doesn't make any logical sense to you.
If that's how you twisted that, you are delusional. If that's how
You
you
broke Brenda. I mean, this is hard work. This to realise that that you love so dearly, Brenda. Obviously, you've got fond memories of pie, and we may have just wrecked it.
Really? How did
Yeah.
you reckon?
Well, you don't think Euclid's real, and you don't think the geometry of Euclid works, yet the very thing that you're carrying around as your avatar is pi. If you assign a numerical value to it, you are assigning a Euclidean geometrical value to that ratio. And that is in reality. That's reality. That's
Well, for one,
It's like,
I do
oh.
think Euclid was real. He lived a long time ago, but he was definitely real. So that's not true.
Not the man. The geometry, you fool.
yeah,
Are you
it doesn't
dim?
matter. It doesn't know. It's all right.
It's a simple question.
Yeah.
So the geometry, Euclidean geometry, is a formal system created by humans to help them describe the real world.
Reality, yeah.
It's inherent in nature.
Yep.
It's a description.
That's a quote. That's a quote.
It's a description. It's not the thing described.
It's inherent in nature.
Is there a difference between the things we talk about and the way we talk about them?
With you, it is.
Transcendental, relating to
Trans.
the spiritual realm.
Yeah.
Transinherent, maybe.
Yeah, but you read the second one though.
Oh.
That's interesting.
In
Very interesting.
Kantian philosophy. Is that what you're after? You like a bit of Kant.
Yeah, that was-
Presupposed and unnecessary to experience a priori. Oh, I've heard QE say that a lot.
Yeah,
Is that a better way of saying it? A priori.
Well, Immanuel Kant introduced that kind of language. Well, actually, people have been talking about before that, but he was the big man in the block.
The old philosopher.
Come to find out, that quote that I just spoke was actually his quote.
Oh, was it?
Ah, yeah.
No way. Kant
Yeah.
said that
Couldn't
Euclidean geometry was what's that? Inherent to nature.
Inherent in nature. Yeah.
That's a
Yeah,
tough
many
one.
people seem to quote Kant or whatever to saying that reality is obviously and clearly Euclidean.
Yeah.
One of Kant's well-known mistakes.
That was great.
Wow.
That was good.
Go on, Brenda. Give us some more of your wise words.
Tell us how brilliant he is, and then tell us how many mistakes
He's
he
the
made.
big man, but he made a mistake. It's okay.
Yeah,
Big
that one's a mistake.
Yeah,
Obviously.
that's just how things are. Humans are fallible. They make
Oh
mistakes.
yeah,
Yeah.
we're talking to you. That's right. We hear you. You're making many mistakes.
So somebody can be a genius and make significant contributions and still make a mistake. Yeah.
And be corrected by Brenda.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just doesn't add up, does it? Something just doesn't seem right in that statement. This guy is brilliant. He's the man. Everyone agreed with everything he said. It makes logical sense what he's saying.
No.
But Brenda is correcting him.
Yeah, wait a minute. It links
Which
to
part of
pi
that?
as well. It's also backed up to pi, to like the inherent in nature. But Brenda says he's wrong. But we're
I'm gonna
sticking
go
with
the
pi
last
as well.
part.
So
I'm
it's
just
not
going to go out on a limb and say the last part where Brenda is correcting him is the illogical part. Like the part that doesn't make sense.
correcting- I'm not correcting him. Other people did because other people didn't agree with him. Right? That's how
Other
things.
people like you.
I'm just as like say a student. I just understand why they disagree.
So it's a
I don't understand
consensus
reality.
thing?
Can you explain to us why they disagree?
Right, because it turns out that the geometry of space-time is non-Euclidean.
Okay. Oh, this
geometry
is
of
super.
space-time.
Wait. This is super
Wow.
rich right here. Say that again. Space time. What was that?
As it turns out, Kant was wrong. The geometry of space-time is non-Euclidean.
Wow, Brenda.
Oh, well, then you need to rethink your whole pi argument from earlier.
No, it doesn't.
Well, you
refute-
don't have to go there just yet. Just
Oh,
admit
sorry.
that Kant is talking about Euclidean, and then you're going to non-Euclidean to prove him wrong about his Euclidean statements. That doesn't make sense, does it?
That's
This
true.
is way beyond
Because you're a moron.
What?
space-time geometry, ladies and gentlemen. This is new stuff.
Yeah, but it's non-Euclidean. So if I make a statement about a triangle, Euclidean geometry, then that statement should stand on its own, very separate from your conceived idea of space-time geometry. That's a completely different issue, isn't it?
Yeah. It's different.
Yeah, exactly. So how can you take a concept completely removed from the concept that person is talking about in order to say that he is full of shit with what he's talking about when you're talking about something else?
I didn't say it's full of shit. I said Kant was simply wrong about this one thing.
What thing?
His claiming that the real world is obviously Euclidean. He was wrong about that.
Well, we was obviously correct about that, because non-Euclidean space-time, as you call it, is non-Euclidean. How does that relate to reality?
Can we not forget she gave pi as being transcendental? And when looking up the definition in Kantian philosophy, but she says Kant's wrong. So were you wrong about saying pi is transcendental?
No. Pi is a transcendental number.
Yeah, but that's what your guy that you said is wrong now said.
So
Post-dilithium. Dilithiism can't.
Maybe they're both wrong and right, huh, Brenda?
See, you approach this completely wrong. It's like you have these fan clubs, and you're like in the Euclidean fan club. And
Why do you think it's us?
Huh?
You're in the fan club of just saying whatever you want, taking bits and pieces of whoever you want, and going, voila, this is my reality, but I don't really live in reality, and I'm going to ask questions like, do I live on a map? Why should we even listen to that?
That's good.
You realize you asked that question like 10 times, right? Do I live on a map?
Because you didn't get it. You don't understand.
We answered it every time. We don't know where you live.
Yeah, that's not the question, though.
That was the question. You asked very specifically, where do I live? On a map or in reality?
I know, but that's not the question.
Jeez. I'm sorry I brought it back up.
Understand, right?
You're going to ask it again, really? After I actually ridiculed you about it?
This is more than 8th grade geometry.
This is fucking killing me in the background, guys. You just keep this going. I'm fucking loving every minute.
It's great,
Brenda,
isn't it?
I like you. You're pretty cool.
You have to get ready for the post-dilithiism cant. It's a new philosophy, isn't it, Brenda?
I'm not sure.
All be trans before long.
I'm not sure that I would call myself a diletheist. I don't understand diletheism.
It's not that. It's just an axiom you inject into anything wherever you want. You can switch it on and off. It's all right. It's very doublespeak orientated. I think you already do. I mean, whether you know it or not. I mean, who knows?
You think things are doublespeak, but that's because you don't understand them.
I don't understand the doublespeak. I don't understand the contradictions. Or I just see the contradictions. I mean, that's...
There's no contradiction. What contradiction have I
Well, there you go. Well, no, I'm saying, when I look at things and see contradictions, you don't seem to see them. And that's I mean, what is that?
What is that? That's you not understanding.
The contradiction or what? I don't understand, Brenda. Please.
So I know. I don't know how to make you. I can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him think.
Why is it always someone other than you, Brenda? Why is it always Bev or me? Do you think every now and then, like right now, it's you not understanding?
No.
Like this very moment. Could you ever admit to that?
It's not my problem that you don't want to learn.
Yeah, me and Buster just pointed out two separate contradictions to you. you were having both of them, like no problem.
What's the contradiction?
The value of pi, obviously, and how Kant's Euclidean statements were thrown back at him using non-Euclidean, logic.
Well, let's focus on one, the value of pi. I agree with Bev that pi is the ratio of circumference to diameter. What's the contradiction?
You think it has to do with Bev?
No, what's the contradiction?
No, in reality, there is no contradiction. It's just when you want to talk about pi and go outside of Euclidean geometry, obviously.
So
that's where the contradiction comes in, because pi is Euclidean, right?
You said I asserted some kind of contradiction. Please name it, or shut your mouth.
Yeah, I specifically
Don't get
named the
triggered,
one.
Brenda. It's okay.
Yeah, I specifically pointed out the contradiction of you saying Kant was obviously wrong. But then you also said the reason he's wrong is because somebody from a non-Euclidean standpoint told him off while he was making Euclidean claims. That's that's a contradiction.
That's not why. And it's not a contradiction.
What's the problem with it then, and why is that not it?
If I disagree with somebody, is that a contradiction?
No, that's a disagreement.
If somebody says something that is wrong, is that a contradiction?
Depends if it is a contradiction or not, right?
It's contradiction with what you were saying he said. Like, you're saying he's right about this, and then you're contradicting yourself by saying, no, we're not using Euclidean now.
Immanuel Kant said that reality is Euclidean, right?
Yeah, which it clearly is.
Which he is wrong about.
And how so? Oh, non-Euclidean geometry, which you cannot verify in reality. So how do you conflate it to reality?
But we have verified it.
Yeah,
Brenda,
elaborate on this.
Is pi involved in space-time geometry?
Pi is like everywhere. So yeah, I would imagine it's found in equations.
Brenda, you shouldn't have answered that one.
No, that was a bad one, Brenda. You just agreed it's Euclidean, and now you put.
But I have a follow-up. Can you explain us this space-time geometry, please, Brenda?
Right, space-time, right, is a measure of distances in the world.
So you mean Euclidean?
Yeah.
No.
Well, how do you incorporate time into space? Like, please explain this.
Right. So space-time is the fact that length, breadth, and time are needed to fully describe reality.
Length, breadth, and time.
Yeah.
2D plus a clock.
Yes.
Yeah.
2D.
How so, Brenda?
What? Where did we lose the dimension?
2D and a clock.
Yeah, that's my question. Where did we lose the third dimension? We were definitely living in 3 dimensions.
I said length, breadth, and width.
Oh.
Oh, no. No, you didn't. But that's okay. Go on.
Yeah.
Just obviously.
Take him on again.
That was just
a mistake.
Yeah.
So X, Y, and Z, not X, Y only, and the clock?
X, Y, and Z plus time. Yes, that's what space-time is.
But isn't it a fabric in your imagination and your fantasy? Isn't it like kind of a fabric that bends and shit?
Yeah, we need the three origins, right? X, Y, and Z.
That's not a geometry, though, is it? You can't just add time in to it. I mean, because time, when Euclid did his geometry, or that group did that, they were trying to describe reality with the geometry.
It turns out
obviously time was around then, wasn't it? I mean, it didn't figure into that geometry that we use.
Then, but it does now.
Yeah, but how did they do that? Where did they squeeze time in to geometry?
Where did they put the T in? Yeah. Where was that T introduced?
They used a higher level math than you are capable of understanding.
Okay. What, to add in another dimension somewhere?
Yeah.
Perpendicular to the other 3.
You can barely understand Euclid, let alone anything.
Yeah, obviously.
So they took our reality, X, Y, Z.
Did we keep pi, though?
Pi is a ratio.
Yeah. Yeah, pi. So pi always stayed the same, even though you shoehorn time into geometry at some point in the history. Do we know when?
Pi is not in the definition of space-time, right?
So when you put the t in, you can curve the straight line once you introduce t.
You change the ratio, don't you, of the radius over the other's diameter over the circumference, don't you?
That things travel along geodesics. That's how.
So it's the t that bends the straight line? It's the t?
In a non-Euclidean geometry, a geodesic is a straight line.
So the t does that. When you introduce the t in the equation, it bends the horizontal somehow, or trying to get my wrap my head.
T is one of the dimensions.
In reality, Brenda, a straight line is a straight line. So a geodesic is a straight line in.
Yeah.
Okay, and you say a geodesic is a straight line in not Euclidean geometry.
Here you go. A geodesic is a straight line in reality.
Mm-hmm. Oh, cool.
Shortest distance between 2 points.
Absolutely.
That's brilliant.
That's
good,
Euclidean.
Yep.
What?
Either one.
No
Either
way.
Or non-Euclidean. Wow. A geodesic is still a straight line.
Good.
So you're attempting to build a fantasy model, non-Euclidean, but still use Euclidean all the way through, correct?
Seems like you got a straight line that's the same. Pi's the same, so the ratio of the diameter to the circumference is the same. It doesn't seem like it's very much fantasy, other than Brenda's imaginings that she thinks Kant's wrong about some shit. So that she agrees with him when he was correct about it. Like when he, like you know different, Brenda.
So Euclid is a fantasy model. Bev is model afflicted.
Wait, Euclid is a fantasy model. Have you read the book? It's called Euclid's Elements. That's really good. You should give it a look over.
Yeah. So Euclid is a fantasy model.
Yeah, please don't be model afflicted like Brenda. Please.
Bev, you are model afflicted.
Euclid is fantasy, but space-time geometry is real. Wow, Brenda, you outdid yourself.
We shoehorned time in at some point. Euclid stopped being real. Stop being. Was it real before you shoehorned time into it, and that made it not real, or was it never real until you shoehorned time into it and then made the real?
None of math is real. Math is just a system of a way of talking about reality.
Geometry is a measurement of the earth, right?
Yeah,
actually in reality. So that is real. Like that is when you go out and measure in reality, you are actually performing real life geometry. It's very good. We're doing a series, Brenda, called Realizing Euclid.
You are model afflicted.
It's called Book 11, Solid Geometry.
When you measure something, that's a description.
Mm-hmm. Shortest distance between 2 points is definitely a straight line.
You reify Euclid.
By measuring a straight line in reality.
Yes.
Nice.
That's not how you prove it, surely.
Measurement is description.
Yeah. And then we've got all sorts of numerical values that we can put to them, and different measurements that we can assign to them, can't we? All in reality. Right. I think that's enough, isn't it? I mean, everybody should have the idea of what's going on here. And I no doubt everybody's heard enough of Brenda. We don't want to put anybody through any more of that. But everybody get the gist that, like, that was the first time we'd ever got a chance to have that conversation. We've had it here all the time. No doubt. I don't know whether many people will be wanting to get involved in the conversation, but yeah, pi having a numerical number assigned to it means it's a ratio of the circumference over the diameter. That's Euclidean. There's no getting around it. Non-Euclidean would change. Can't keep the value of pi the same. Having a triangle being able to be circumscribed. Because I do believe it's the only geometry that can happen. And check it out for yourself, see if you can. Find some non-Euclidean space where you can do a triangle and then try and circumscribe it. Give it a go for yourself. It's the only way to do it. Test it out. See how well you can do. I don't know if that was the bit that Brenda wanted to see. I will put that video out. We'll put that video out, and we will we'll be getting it. Go over it again. I think it's quite a good one. I think. Well, I mean, we deal a lot with the geometry and logic. This pi argument is, well, I'm going to say it's not really an argument. It's just a discussion. Well, want to have a discussion about it. I guess you could call that an argument, couldn't you? Like if we structure a logical statement around it. If you assign a value, a numerical value to pi, rather than just the ratio, then you are stating which geometry you're using. 3.14 transcendental number is Euclidean pi. Would that be better? Would that be? I guess we could find some. If there's any anybody that wants to come and let us know, any experts in non-Euclidean, I don't know anyone.
And if the ratio can change, right? If the radius can curve more and more exponentially, surely the ratio would be different. Dynamic value, right?
Oh, well, I would say so, yeah. If you have a curved radius, then you would have to have a different numerical value to that ratio. I would say so. I'm not an expert. I would just say that
depending on the curve of that radius.
Yeah, because I mean, hyperbolic, you could have a really long radius and a tiny little circle.
Yeah.
If that's what a circle is. I mean, I don't even know what the definition of a non-Euclidean circle is.
The only thing I can relate to when they come and talk to us about it is that so-called great circle, that when they cut the orange in two pieces.
Yeah, but that's like a normal circle, isn't it? I mean, if you put a radius to that, I mean, are you using a surface radius? I mean, I don't know whether they exist in spherical geometry or not. I don't know. I really don't know. I would assume that non-Euclidean is not Euclidean, so therefore the straight line is no longer straight, but they want to call it straight, but it would have to change, right? It would either have to be shorter than a straight line distance or longer than a straight line distance. I mean, I presume it would all, I don't know.
Yeah, no, it could only be longer. Shorter than a straight line distance, it's ridiculous.
Well, it's not Euclidean.
Well, it could be an infinite distance at one point, according to many people, yeah. But that doesn't make any logical sense.
Yeah. I think Bob, the science guy's got some sort of a calculation as shorter than a straight line distance. He has straight line triangles, plane triangles, and he measures distances on that and then gets a shorter distance than it.
Is this true, Bob?
I hope we can get a conversation with Bob. Mobius tried. Obviously, he didn't want to come and talk to me, but I mean, maybe we might be able to set up a meeting with somebody. Somebody might be able to go and have a... Rakia tried, but got banned with the shorter than a straight line distance.
No, that's the thing, right? Pi can only exist in Euclidean geometry. It is actually that what it is. The ratio of the circumference of the diameter, which only exists in Euclidean.
I'd say so.
In reality,
I'd say
shortest distance between 2 points. Straight line. That's all it is. We're talking about a straight line. Of course, we can measure a straight line in reality.
I would hope so. I mean, we've been talking about this for quite a while. Straight lines and perpendiculars. People have said we're a bit obsessed, but I mean, we've had a lot of people come round wanting to tell us about their model. They want them to sell. We've had the globe salesman, but on the same side as well, we've had the flat earth salesman. They want to join us on board. Seems like both of them. Well, I'm not saying that. I think the Globers wouldn't even accept us. I don't think. I don't know what they'd do. I think the globe model's fucking ridiculous. Always have said that. But we all live in reality. So we obviously all know the same reality.
I'm not so sure about that last statement.
What's that? I forgot what I said.
We all live in reality.
Well, it's the conception that you have. I mean, I don't know. There's loads of people that have the model where the model dictates their reality, but I'm pretty sure that they actually have a reality. It's just that they have a hatred of another group of people. Like a proper hatred. And both sides as well. The argument's got that strong that people hate each other within the argument, and then whenever they meet someone new, they want them to join their club or hate on them. It's strange. I don't want to be in the hate club, but we just want to talk about reality and all of this simple stuff that we're finding. Call it advanced simplicity. Make it easier and easier. But I'm not too sure. No, I'm not too sure what it is. I think everybody, hopefully most people are doing it by now and realising that stop watching the news. Don't watch telly. Don't even listen to it. It's not even worth listening to it. Gets your head up. And all of this, in these arenas with these different conversations that are arguments, when it gets heated and you start shouting at each other, that's not good. Some of the best things we ever did, Nug Life started, that took us away of some of the most weirdest conversations. Like it's like a dark place. Most people, I don't know, I hope most people don't ever have to do it, but I'm gonna start going out again, talking to different groups of people about this stuff that we've got. see where we can get to.
There's pi.
Yeah.
Speaking of pi.
Have you been doing any research, Brenda?
I have other things to do.
Mm-hmm. Did you hear the beginning of that? Were you listening in?
No, I got bored and thought I'd check in.
Okay. You know that video that you were on about me putting, which was the bit that you wanted playing? Because we got the first 40 odd minutes.
I have no opposition to anything I said. Everything I said, I would stand behind. I might have made mistakes here and there. I doubt it. If I did, somebody can point it out to me. But otherwise, I'm happy with everything I said.
Okay. No, it's just that you wanted it recording or something, didn't you? You wanted.
Yeah, I'm quite happy with everything that I said.
Okay. Well, like I say, I've done the first bit in today's live show. I don't know which was the bit that you wanted in particular, but I will be putting it out as a video altogether. We'll do a special.
I don't care. It makes you look
day.
Quite bad. It makes you look quite bad. Yes, it does.
Oh. Which particular bit? Have you got any bit that you?
Well, the part where you just can't understand what pi is. You can't understand what a transcendental number is. You can't understand what straight lines and geodesics are. Yeah, you don't understand any of this stuff.
Well, what if I do understand it?
Then you're pretending not to.
Oh. Could you tell us about straight lines and pi?
See, if somebody lies to me and pretends that they don't understand something, then I just have to assume that they don't understand it. I can't speak for you, right? So if you're just here, you actually know better than all of this stuff, and you're just pretending to do this because you have some kind of passive-aggressive need, right? Then that's on you. That's not anybody else's problem. No, that's your problem.
No, it's Pi Day, and we.
I think you're very passive aggressive. You other people have said, your voice just drips with condensation.
Condensation.
Condensation. You hold everybody you talk to in contempt.
Sorry.
Right, and yet you know practically, or at least pretend that you know practically nothing.
Okay, well,
about even the things you talk about?
Because it's Pi Day, Brenda. Do you want me to just have a go? I'll do a quick. What I get pi.
It's pi because it's 3.14. So that's
well, it's 3.14, and then a lot. In fact, there's no end, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now
but
it is a ratio as well of the circumference over the diameter.
What? It's the ratio of the circumference to diameter. Yeah.
Yeah, of a circle, right? That circle, as described in Euclidean geometry. The diameter, as described in Euclidean geometry, and the circumference, as described in Euclidean geometry.
And yet, pi shows up everywhere. It shows up in physics, in mathematics, in mathematical disciplines that have nothing to do with geometry. It shows up in a lot of places because it seems to be a very important trigonometric, constant or function, or whatever you want to call it.
Obviously, Euclidean then, right? You can directly relate the Euclidean geometry of pi to a number into reality everywhere. Physics. Like, you can't think of anywhere that pi isn't used, right? It doesn't ever change that number, does it?
Biology. I don't think it's used in biology.
It doesn't change number, right? Does it?
I don't think pi is present in biology, so I could be wrong about that. But
does
not
pi
in chemistry,
alter?
Not in chemistry, but I could be wrong about that too. But I don't think so.
When you add your other dimension, does pi change?
No, pi never changes.
Okay, so it's just Euclidean then, right?
That doesn't make any sense. It's just a number.
Yeah, a number that doesn't change.
Well, numbers don't change.
So that means actually, Euclidean geometry doesn't change.
Does 5 change? Isn't 5 always 5?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and pi's always
I don't see
pi.
the importance. I don't see how it's important.
Well, I mean, you might not, but I mean, it just does have a direct link to reality. It links Euclidean geometry through pi, the number, to reality, like you said.
No, it doesn't.
Physics, yeah.
See, this is your fundamental confusion. You think math is reality.
Well, if you put a number to it, then yeah, it is, isn't it?
No, it isn't. No, math is not reality.
What, the ratio of pi? When you said you use it in physics,
the ratio of a circle's circumference to its diameter is math.
Yeah, and physics, though, you said it. You can link it to physics in reality, right? That's definitely in reality.
Physics and our physical theories are also abstractions. They are descriptions of reality. Yep. You can't tell the difference between fantasy and reality. You think math, which is a formal language created by human beings, you think it's reality. That's called a reification fallacy.
You put 3.14 to it. You put a number to it. It's reality, Brenda. It is reality.
No,
absolutely.
No, that's a language. That's a language created by humans to describe reality. It's not reality yourself. This is the thing you can't understand. It's a reification fallacy.
That's what you're telling us. Logic isn't real. You can't use logic for proving.
That's not what I said.
Reality.
Yeah.
So
logic
you're confusing.
Is just out the window. It's not.
You're
real,
confusing.
You can all go home, Brenda.
You're confusing the description with the thing it describes.
Oh, don't start this again, Brenda. Pi.
Well, I know you don't understand
definitely Euclidean.
Who cares?
Who cares? Well, no, we're just saying it's just stating a fact. Just everybody now, because it's Pi Day, Brenda. I don't think anybody's ever had this discussion before. Have they? I mean, this is the first time I've ever had this particular discussion with anybody.
Yeah.
Well, with anybody live on YouTube, right? I mean, it's a pretty big deal, isn't it?
What's a big deal?
Pi being Euclidean. Especially within this argument that we have, where people state that triangles have more than 180 degrees. Pi being Euclidean means there's no chance of you ever fucking getting a triangle with more than 180 degrees in reality.
That doesn't follow. You'd have to prove that. You'd have to say that because
you'd have to prove what?
You have to. Here's what you have to prove.
What would you know? What you have just stated that triangles can have more than 180 degrees.
No, you said that because pi is Euclidean, therefore you can't have spherical triangles, and you would have to prove that because it just doesn't follow.
I said triangles can't have more than 180 degrees if you've got pi with a ratio, with a number. Because that number is directly related to Euclidean geometry. And in Euclidean geometry, triangles only have 180 degrees. In order for you to change that number, you would have to change pi.
We're not changing the number.
What?
We're not changing the number, Bev.
You're not changing the number of pi. We know you're not, because it's Euclidean.
Well, in non-Euclidean geometry...
You can't change pi. Just like you can't put more angles in a triangle.
Yes, you can.
You can't, Brenda.
Yes.
That's fantasy.
No, Euclidean geometry is fantasy.
Mm-hmm. But it is pi. It's directly linked to pi.
Bev, these are both formal languages that have been created by people to describe the world. They are not the world itself. You're committing the reification fallacy. You're confusing the map with the territory.
No, you're confusing the model with your
the language.
reality.
The language of Euclid. The language of Euclid is the map.
Do you really have the nerve to tell someone they're committing a fallacy right after you just threw all of logic out the window?
I've not thrown logic out.
That's fine. Go ahead.
I've not thrown logic out. You're just too stupid to figure this stuff out. You are.
Brenda.
You are.
I know.
Either that, or
we know
if
you're the
diletheism
master.
Bev, if you're pretending, Bev, then you're just simply dishonest.
Right, I'm
but
not
I don't
pretending.
Think that's true.
I know
I think you're
for
genuinely
a fact
extremely
that
stupid.
pi is directly linked to Euclidean geometry, the ratio of diameter and the circumference of a circle.
How many times are you going to say that that doesn't matter?
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
From the fact that pi is related to Euclidean geometry, it doesn't follow that you can't have a non-Euclidean geometry.
Go on then, how?
Circles.
You just change the axioms. That's what people did.
Can you change pi? Because that's what you have to do, Brenda.
See, that's the reification fallacy again. Right? You think that by changing the axioms, you change the world. And you don't.
No, you do. That's you, Brenda.
No, I
you
don't.
think you can do that. Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yes.
Yeah, just change the world.
See, you're just operating from this basic assumption that Euclidean geometry is real and objective, and it's not. It's a formal language.
And you can just change that, will you, Brenda? You.
Your audio is really low. At least for
me. You change reality to what you want it to be just by saying what it is in your imagination, Brenda, as an axiom.
No, that's not what we do. That's not what we do.
It is what you do.
You just create a different geometry to describe the world because we discovered that there are good reasons to have a different description because it works better.
So should we go over all the Euclidean axioms 1 through 12?
No, you don't have to. There's only 5 postulates
that you need to change in order to do what you need to do in order to change reality.
We just changed the 5th postulate. We just
changed
changed
axiom number 5 you're talking about.
No, the 5th postulate. We changed the 5th postulate.
There is only 3 postulates, Brenda.
It depends on what edition of the book you get.
Yeah, the good one.
Well, there isn't.
So
there isn't a true sacred text about Euclid. You think there's a sacred text? That's fine, but there isn't.
You're allowed to do more than just draw a straight line and a circle.
Yes, we are. We're allowed to.
Geometry.
Yes, we are allowed.
In Euclidean geometry, what are you allowed to do other?
We are allowed
draw
to
a straight line between 2 points, extend that straight line for however long, and a circle of any size. What else are you allowed to do within Euclidean geometry than that?
We are allowed to change the axioms.
That's not one of the postulates, Brenda.
No,
come on. I might write it in. Let me have a look at
axioms and postulates are the same thing. They're synonyms. They're synonymous. They're the same thing. Axioms and postulates are a priori. They're a priori statements or sentences,
truth,
right?
Yeah.
They're a priori.
They're truthful statements.
No, they're a priori.
Self-evident.
No, they're
Should I find you the
priori.
definition? I'll find you the definition. Hold on, I'll post it in live chat.
I really, you can draw it from Immanuel Kant. He would say that they're self-evident, but that was 300 years ago. The real definition of an a priori or axiom is the basic unit of propositional logic or geometric logic, right? That we must assume in order to do the things we want to do.
Do you want to read, Brenda?
I'll get the imaginometry axioms as well.
Yeah, it's what I said. It's claimed to be self-evident.
Do you want to read it?
What if it's not self-evident? See, that was the problem.
Self-evident truth is not self-evident.
So that was the problem.
That's what you just said. It's not self-evident.
So that was the problem. That was the problem people had with Euclid's Fifth. It didn't seem to them to be self-evident. For a long time, for a long time, people thought that they could maybe prove the parallel postulate from the other axioms of Euclid, and they were unable to. And so one mathematician decided, well, he's just going to change it. He's just going to make it into a different axiom and see what happens. And he invented non-Euclidean geometry.
Yeah. Have you read the fifth? I put it in the axioms of imaginometry, but have you read the fifth postulate of imaginometry? It's within the axioms. It reads, if an imaginometry axiom meet a perceived axiomatic obstruction as to cause the imaginometrist distress, then the imaginometrist should disregard the offending thought and fabricate a new axiom.
Yeah, that's just
This is one of the steps in becoming the imaginometer.
Yeah, that's just your clown show.
Looks like you're already there, Brenda. You've done it.
That's just your clown show.
I could have wrote that for you, especially. I just didn't. It was already there. It was what we knew you have to do in order to have your imaginometry.
So I don't know how many times I can say this. We are allowed to change Euclid's parallel postulate
into
a different one.
Imaginometry, yeah.
Yes, but you're attaching moral judgments.
No, we made imaginometry for you, so you can be happy with it. I mean, it's brilliant. You should really get on board with it, Brenda.
Your wording of the fifth postulate is making a moral judgment about people that change it. You call it imaginometry. That's a moral judgment.
No. It's an entire system of geometry made for people like you, Brenda.
No, you're attaching
Euclidean geometry doesn't work, so you have to change it. Imaginometry is a non-Euclidean geometry.
Euclidean geometry works.
I did everything. We've got definitions, we've got postulates, we've got axioms. You've got nothing for yours, have you? You've not even wrote anything down for your imaginometry.
It's all written down. You can just look this up. So
go on then. Where? Find us the definitions of non-Euclidean geometry.
It takes seconds to Google it, so you do it.
I've got imaginometry, Brenda. I can go to that straight away.
Get off your fat ass and go look yourself.
Imaginometry. We've already made a geometry for you, Brenda. We're way ahead of you.
Get off your fat ass and look.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying to yourself?
Just get off your fat ass and go look for yourself. I'm not here to spoon feed you elementary school
very
geometry.
Passive aggressive, that, Brenda.
That's not passive aggressive at all. I'm not passive aggressive at all.
Sound like you're
That's
very
flat
passive
out aggressive because
that's
you're
not aggressive. Come on, Brenda. Try better than that. That was terrible.
So we are allowed to change the axioms. It doesn't mean that Euclidean geometry is false. It just means we have a different tool in the mathematical toolbox that we can use in appropriate situations. That's not within
Euclidean geometry, right? You can't do that.
Bev,
it's Euclidean not allowed geometry within Euclidean geometry.
Euclidean geometry is just a tool.
No.
Yes, it's
no.
Just
Euclidean geometry describes reality. If you want to make your own geometry up, then you're fine to do it. We've done it as well. Like, we don't think it's something that most people. I thought everybody made their own geometries up. That's what inspired me to do it.
Mathematics is just a tool. It's just a language created by people to describe the world.
Yep.
And you are a true believer. You attach moral condemnation.
I've made a geometry up, Brenda. What have you done? Where's your geometry you made up?
You ascribe. You
have you actually made a geometry up for yourself, or am I one ahead of you?
You haven't made a geometry.
Of course I have. We've done imaginometry.
Yeah, that's not a real geometry.
It's a non-Euclidean geometry. All non-Euclidean geometries are non-Euclidean, right? That's what makes them. You just don't have to be Euclidean. It's easy to make a non-Euclidean geometry up. You can't make anything like Euclidean. It's perfect. So you can make non-Euclidean up easy. Imaginometry. It'll never make it into reality, so don't worry about it. Nobody can knock you when you make your own non-Euclidean geometry up.
You could even call it brandometry.
Yeah. You inject a diletheism in right at the beginning. You can let people know. Definitions are inspired by root hif.
All paradoxes accepted in the system.
I think Brenda's gone. Oh.
Oh,
yep,
God.
gone.
Scared Brenda away. I'm sorry, people. We anyone else want to come and support Brenda's pie? Being oh,
Just throw away what you don't
yeah.
like. Throw away what you don't like.
Yep, just change it. I mean, like, it's easy. It is making it a non-Euclidean geometry. It's easy. You don't have to have any rules or anything. It's brilliant. Try it. Everyone can have a go. Should give you an idea on what Euclidean geometry is if you try and make your own non-Euclidean geometry. I mean, the way I look at non-Euclidean geometry, you don't even need to know anything about Euclidean. You can just claim it's non-Euclidean. It's easy.
Yep.
Yeah. Don't know anything about geometry? Hey, you could be an expert non-Euclidean geometer. Since geometry is just sort of Euclidean, all of it, in reality as well. It's the perfect geometry for those people that want to just make shit up. Non-Euclidean. Call it non-reality. Imagine a place where pi isn't that number that you know it to be. And start from there.
Start from fantasy. Wow. What kills me is they think that they can remove undeniable truths at will and say, yeah,
and then
this
leave
guy
others.
just invented a new one.
Yeah, and then leave others. That's the thing. That's the the dichotomy that we're faced here with is something that's Euclidean can be just wiped away and made non-Euclidean, but pi survives somehow. Somehow that doesn't change.
Yeah. Yeah, it just goes to show that everything's imaginary, right? They all use, everybody uses the shortest distance from A to B. Always. That's Euclidean. That's how simple it is. To make non-Euclidean, you have to do something else to a straight line. Whilst keeping it straight in your conception of whatever it is that you're dealing with.
Perhaps they just don't understand the relationship of a circle to the rest of Euclidean geometry. Maybe there's that.
Sort of fundamental, because I mean, as we were talking,
I'm thinking,
yeah.
Well, if you're only allowed to draw straight lines in a circle, then is the circle half of Euclidean geometry?
Well, like you said, you can do Euclidean geometry with the compass alone. So, could you do Euclidean geometry with the straight edge alone? I suppose if you were to put a hole in the straight edge and turn it around, making it into a compass, like with a piece of string. But if you weren't allowed to use the circle or the arc, and I don't think you could do Euclidean geometry.
No, definitely not.
Because the circle is the straight line distance, isn't it, from the center to the edge? I mean, that again, it's all straight lines. Yeah.
Yeah, and a circle has nothing to do with triangles, right? Or triangles having 180 degrees.
Well, yeah, everything. Like it's all everything to do with that straight line distance. A circle is a circle because the radius is the shortest distance from the center to the extremity. If that's how you form your arcs to do the entirety of geometry, it's pretty much based around that straight line.
Mm-hmm. The relationship of that radius to its circumference is the foundation. That's why it's so funny that Brenda has pi as the avatar on Discord.
Yeah. Yeah, this is fantastic that people in the chat as well don't seem to be able to see. They're asking to find out where he's wrong or whatever. Well, there is no wrong. It's just Euclidean. That's it. Full stop. Done. There is only Euclidean geometry. Triangles only have 180 degrees. Straight lines are the shortest distance between A and B. That doesn't change. In reality, all horizontals are parallel. It's because the distance between them stays the same. That's what parallels are. That shortest straight line distance is Euclidean fundamentals. I mean, we was talking earlier on this week about, well, later on last week, weekend. The fundamentals of all of this Euclidean geometry is about form, line, shape in reality. And the group of people that we've ended up in, or the ones that have ended up being triggered by us the most, are the ones that can't enter a discussion about geometry, which is about the shape of something. It fascinates me. This is one of the strangest things, that the particular people that are triggered are the ones that can't come and discuss the basic fundamentals about shape and line, form, where the proofs lie. It's weird. Some of the weirdest thing ever. And I'd ask anybody to come and have a discussion about it. It gets hard for anyone to come and have a discussion with us about this in reality. Most people might end up thinking that there's such a thing as a difference between a globe earther and a flat earther. And you might find right in the middle is where we are. And people come and talk to us about the globe. People come talk to us about the flat earth. And we just talk to them both about reality. There's no need to get triggered or anything. We're just talking about reality. No need to get upset. DER in the chat. Oh, you might have misheard me. I said all horizontals are parallel. Like in reality, the horizontals. Can't check any of the others, but you can definitely check horizontal. And well, you know that vertical's a straight line. It's definitely perpendicular. Level. Even Rumpus agrees that horizontal and level.
Is that dark order? DER.
I don't know. Could be.
Wally.
Does he seem to be?
No, Stark order for sure.
how do you have a discussion with people that just hand wave away any reality they don't like? They come here all the time, DR. I don't hand wave them away. They come and have a discussion, like Brenda left on her own accord. It's not my fault. Don't hand wave them away. We do try and point out where there's contradictions, but most people don't spot them. Or the ones that come here to sell us a globe, they don't seem to see any of the contradictions that I personally do. I see the contradictions, and I see them as glaring contradictions. That's why I can't accept it. But I mean, if anybody wants to come and come around here, sell us your model, sell us a globe or two, you might get some takers. All horizontals are parallel. Like he poor fella thinks antipodal. That's how model afflicted he is. He thinks the only horizontals are antipodal. That's weird. Opposite downs. It's crazy. Part of the same vertical, but both of them are down. It's crazy how you can think like that. It's amazing how you can think of horizontals being completely opposite yet parallel. Name one contradiction. The drop and the hump that you have to have on your model. It's a glaring contradiction. Or what about vertical and horizontal being perpendicular? Impossible.
To themselves and each other at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, that's too big a contradiction. Like Rumpus said today, have you ever heard of the angle of down? I mean, that sounds ridiculous, but it's what you have to have on the model, because down isn't the same anywhere. It has a different angle. There are no horizontal planes on the globe model. They don't exist. Yet, in reality, there's definitely a horizontal plane, because it's perpendicular to vertical. There's another contradiction. Contradiction after contradiction. What about the contradiction that you want non-Euclidean geometry, but pi has a value that doesn't change? Therefore, you can't get away from Euclidean geometry. I don't know how many more contradictions you want. You can't wrap a horizontal plane around a ball. It doesn't work. Water level doesn't have a slope to it. It doesn't have a curvature to it. How about a level, a tool? An auto level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. It's a bit of a contradiction, isn't it? Having level being horizontal, but then wanting level to not be horizontal. Massive contradiction. What about thinking the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional, when two-dimensional is obviously length times breadth, only 2 dimensions of what we call a plane? But I don't want to put anybody off. Come and sell us a globe or two. I would like to see one of the best globe salesmen that anybody has.
I am so happy Mike found that movie.
Yeah.
That it's real. Thank you, Mike.
Imaginary geometry as well. I mean, that's what they had to make up, right? When the great shadow giants of mathematics were originally making up a geometry that wasn't Euclidean, they called it imaginary geometry. Now, I didn't know that when I was making imaginometry up. But it seems like I'm one ahead of Brenda. We just need to perfect it. I think it works very well. It's been specifically wrote for the non-explosive geometry. I think we've polyfilled all of the gaps. There's no flaws. Although I would be keen to know if anybody knows of any flaws in imaginometry. They could check it. I've never had any of the Globers check it, actually, to be, they're usually they're usually looking for all of my mistakes. So hopefully they might look to find some within imaginometry. I'm going to put it in the chat. Anybody wants to have a quick look at it? Imaginometry over at the on the level.live. Get yourself a t-shirt as well. The shop's open again. Oh, he's not in here. I think the shop's open. Go and get yourself a t-shirt. I don't know whether we've got an imaginometry t-shirts for the baller. I don't think we have got any imaginometry. I might have to do one when pi doesn't work for you. Imaginometry. I think that's a hard sell, that though, isn't it? Because pi.
Well, you can do something like, tired of all those axioms. Don't worry. Just get rid of them. Or change them.
Just change
It'll
them.
make you feel better.
Axiom 1 is globe. That's all you need to know,
It's
don't
globe.
you? Yeah.
Axiom 2. Remember axiom 1 is globe.
Refer to axiom 1.
Axiom 3, if any truthers or flat earthers, hurt your feelings, just refer back to axiom 2 and 1.
Well, I mean, we've got this new test as well with Rumpus, the 600 meter plumb bob. So we've definitely got a new way to do a test. We've got that planned. We can go over that. Have we got anybody? No, still no. Nobody wanting to come and sell us a globe. Anybody got any problems with any models, particularly this week? The globe salesman. We might have to watch that. We must have to do a viewing of that in the Discord.
I have to pay for it, unfortunately, but I'm going to watch it.
You have watched it, or you're going to watch it?
There's one episode for free out there, but other than that, you got to pay for it. but I want to pay for it. I want to get it. I want to just for the gifts.
Yeah.
Because it's just going to be gold.
Yeah. Yeah. Can we get it in a box set?
Imagine they like sell it on DVD or something. Like everybody has a DVD player.
I've got one. I can whack one on the.
Comes with an inflatable globe.
God.
Yeah, it's gonna be good. It's a comedy, right?
Yeah. It's like a goof documentary on traveling salesmen from the 1950s or early 60s.
Yeah, like what was that one they did of the Beatles?
Like Spinal Tap, basically.
No, they did it was like a Monty Python one. The Buggles or no. It was like, but it's like that sort of thing, black and white.
They've got one episode. The one episode I watched, they keep showing up at houses and finding out that the people in the house have already bought an atlas, and they're just furious. And they find out that there's like some salesman who has their call list who sells atlases, and he shows up at their houses like a week before them.
You're kidding me.
No, it's
oh my
awesome.
God.
And apparently he's German. So, because this is post-World War II.
Yeah.
So, they're like, oh, you effing kraut and all this shit. It's just hilarious. And then, they find him at a rest stop and they beat the shit out of him. So.
This is our globe turf.
Oh, it's so great.
The Globe salesman. It's brilliant. It came to us as a joke the other week, didn't it? Like that's all that they're doing. Whenever they come round here, they're just trying to sell us their model. But it's a worldview. They're trying to sell us a concept of something we know is ridiculous. And they don't look into the geometry of it to find out how ridiculous it is.
This all came about because of the Globe witnesses, door to door, right?
That was the missus, yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to Mrs. That's too good, man.
That's when I went hunting for Globe salesmen, and then I was like, holy shit, there's a show about it. and the parallels, pun intended, are hilarious too. I mean, they just they talk about how if you have this in your house and you have guests over, you'll appear worldly. but their model has errors in it. Like the one that I posted where he's looking at the woman and her kid. The kid points to it and he goes, it says Bermuda here. And the guy's like, what? Bermuda? He's like, yeah, it's supposed to be Bermuda. He goes, oh, no, but in Bermuda, the locals in Bermuda say both Bermuda and Bermuda.
Oh my gosh. That is so fucking awesome. That is so awesome. We could just change it. It fits right in, Mike. We could just change it. We could just change it. It's fine.
It was just so great. I was dying. I'm like, the model's gone, but the guy's still selling. He's like, oh no, they call it Bermuda.
The Logos is working overtime for us guys. That's all I gotta say.
You can't make this stuff up. You just can't.
They do.
Yeah,
they've already done it, and they do. Yeah, daily. Most of this stuff's made up, I think.
I meant the way it came about. But point well taken. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to say, if anybody wants to come in, most of the stuff we do happens in the Discord. And it's getting fun. It's getting, let me say fun. It's hard work. There's lots of There's lots of battles, and we do have a lot of people come in. Mainly people with a model, right? I mean, I don't think we've ever had anybody in that hasn't come with like with some sort of bias towards one side or the other, really. Except people who've obviously listened to us for a while. But I'm guessing every time you come in, the new people always have a little bit of a something. Most people who've come in have always... There's always a remnant of a model somewhere that people have to come and have a discussion about. Most of us are like, the discussion is about a model all the time. But the people that bring the discussion to us normally ends up helping us find solutions to problems, I'm guessing. I like the advanced simplicity of what we do here, and it makes it easier for you to understand the simplicity of it. And I'm pretty sure as well there's an element of forgetfulness, because you do end up going over the same things over and over again, but some of them, like, it's like discovering the same shit again. The amount of times we've been over the same argument but forgotten we've actually been over the argument. It's made apparent with DP's memes. His memes have been going for ages, and quite often I say to DP, we need a meme for this, and he goes to make one, and then we find out it's already been done. A lot of the stuff is old memes that we've been over. They may need a little bit of tweaking and stuff, but yeah, we've been over most of this stuff. FPV made something for us. Let's have a look. Thank you very much. Oh. How do I get that? Oh. I get it in the chat. That was a long way around. Brenda's High Horse. Thank you very much. Oh, I don't know how to get my chat back on there now. What have I done? Bollocks. I can't see the chat.
Can't you just download it? And
well, no, I clicked the link on the chat in the thing, and I don't know what I'm doing now.
everybody could click on it. It's a good one. 5 years of rocking, going nowhere.
Put it back. There you go. It's I'd say it's embarrassing. I mean, I've had conversation with the video that I've just done today, finished and put out, is Rumpus video. That wasn't impressed with Rumpus that first time. He had the angle of down. That's pretty embarrassing. I've talked with Brenda. Brenda's said that Euclid doesn't work in reality, for one. said that the elements are things like dirt and rocks and trees and air, which that was a bit embarrassing as well. And now, I don't know, I'm not too sure how much people know and how much we can actually have a discussion with people about. We're all out for learning, I'm guessing. Most of us want to learn and go forwards and stuff.
You forgot a shoe too. A shoe.
Oh yeah. And time in a table.
Sorry.
About that, yeah.
Don't forget the donut.
Oh damn. Donut space time.
Yeah, man-made element is a shoe. It's just it's so obvious that model that they go by has to be made up. They make a model up and then just sort of throw it on us and say, why are you stupid and not believe in our model?
And Brenda's most famous one, just change the axioms or get rid of them.
Yeah. An axiom, a self-evident truth that a triangle has 180 degrees, but just get rid of that one. It'll be all right. Like, the consequences are, don't know, you explode logic and anything can happen. And I'm not too sure this, like, why are you talking about these people? You're so bigoted. You have to come into a chat and talk about the people you're bigoted about. I think I'm going to be changing that so you can't post shit like that in the chat. Anybody get... Thank you, Gadget. Anybody want to get rid of anything that's got anything? If he's coming in being bigoted about this group of people that he doesn't like, just get it out the chat, because I think that's what he's trying to do. I don't want bigotry going on. So if he wants to come and have a discussion about anything, feel free to be coming in. Yeah, we're not flat earthers. So if you have a hatred of a particular group, or you think they're stupid or whatever, don't be telling the people in the chat. Go somewhere else. Go to one of the adult Globe Earth servers, and you can team up with all of those, and they'll join in with you, telling you how stupid the straw men that you think you're talking to are. There's none of those straw men that you think you're talking to here. And I don't need people like that in the chat. I want globe earthers and flat earthers and anyone to come and have a chat. We're not fussed about what model you've got. Come and have a chat with us. Try and sell us it. We just live in reality, so most of everybody here is open to any sort of sales pitch. I'd like to hear a good one. But we do have a lot of globe salesmen come round. I don't know why. I don't know why adults would want to come and talk to people who are talking about pi. Obviously, Euclidean geometry, ratio of a diameter and of a circle, and associate that with flat Earth. That'd be crazy, wouldn't it? Can you imagine that? But sitting in a chat of somebody talking about pi on Pi Day, obsessed about flat earthers. There's no way pi could be related with flat Earth, is there? That would be ridiculous to think that. Oh, wait a minute. It might be, mightn't it? Oh, I don't know. Anyone want to come and talk about that? Is there any globers want to come and justify how pi being as a ratio of Euclidean geometry, the diameter of a circle, which would be a straight line, and that having a ratio, making, well, somebody said earlier, didn't he, about the horizontals being perpendicular, antipodal. That was mean that a tangent, because that's what he's thinking of, a tangent at each end of the diameter would be perpendicular to that diameter. There's a thought to think about. Are they parallel? Both of the tangents to a diameter, would they be parallel? If you could make the diameter of a circle a horizontal, would the perpendiculars at either end of it be parallel? And would they both be vertical? Same ratio. You keeping pi with the same ratio. Would the diameter have perpendiculars? And could there be any way you could call that diameter horizontal? Because if there was, then the verticals would be parallel. Oh my God. Euclidean geometry. What a winner. No globe salesmen are going to come around here anymore. They've done. Brenda tried. The conversation's going to be too difficult. I'm not seeing how any glober could get into a conversation about pi. So strange that it occurred. Logos. I'm gonna go. I don't want to bash the globe. There you go. Globesman. Yeah, Askin said there's nobody.
Good, fine, Mike.
Nobody wants to come and have a friendly chat. I think Askin, somebody was saying that earlier, nobody wants to admit that they're wrong. And that goes for the fact that like an open, friendly conversation might mean that you have a realization or something live. And that's not good. That's why we have the Discord. So we don't, you know, we all work through all of these things that we're talking about. They don't just naturally happen live. most of the time. Although I do waffle like fuck about stuff. I do. But I'm interested in listening to any conversations, and obviously we've heard most of the arguments coming from both sides. We're only interested in what we can do in reality. And we're definitely after doing tests. I've got an adaptation sorted. And now we might be able to get a bit of funding to make it into a proper nice looking test as well. But as always, what we do when we do this sort of stuff, it's meant to get people thinking. The idea of the channels, try thinking. That's all anybody asks. Nobody's saying we're doing papers for universities and trying to get them published in scientific journals. We don't do that. Just a simple group of people. But I mean, what we do, hopefully, anyone can do. We'll try and do it to the best of our ability, but we are just normal people. We're just simple people, all of us. I think. I mean, there may be some geniuses in here. Keeping quiet. But yeah, we're just normal people. Come and join. Come and get involved. It is going to be fun. Get yourself a big top hat if you're in the UK. Going to go down to Bedford. Get your cameras out. Thanks, Askin's trying to sell it. Go, Askin. The model afflicted are, I don't know, they want to come here, but they don't want to discuss their model. They want to sit in the chat. They don't even want to come when we're live anymore. Maybe because what they write in the chat it's not going to help them. But yeah, all day, every day, we have the hardcore. And
some of them only pop into chat for 3 minutes to drop a quote and then leave the server immediately thereafter.
Oh yeah, Betty this morning. Yeah, the globe logician, pseudo-logician, dropped us a quote this morning about the fifth triangle axiom, number 12 in my book. A little quote about somebody who said something at some time or other, and maybe it got wrote in a book.
I received opinion.
Yeah, I think we all should do that. I mean, everybody wants to do a quote of what they think about the Euclid or anything like that, and we'll put them on the website. Then we can refer everybody to the quotes of us lot. Because when people write... Oh, yeah, I might be able to do that for you now, Gadget. Let's see. I'm not very good at doing this. Hey. Right. So, if anybody wants to come in, talk about a model. Nobody wants to talk about models anymore. Just talk about reality. But it gets hard, doesn't it? I mean, like, what are you meant to talk about? Most of the stuff we do is defending from the model people. Oh, another person subscribing. Hopefully we get those, be back up to the 3,000 again. They'll be happy about that if we get to 3,000 subs. There you go, Gadget. Should be on there soon. Oh, hey, what's going on there? It's got Rookie of Life at the bottom. Got an extra one. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. I'll have to check that. Yeah, so we've got Beddy came in this morning. I'm hoping he'll be coming back because Logic was one of the best conversations we've got us on. So I'm hoping Beddy could come back. I'm hoping that we can end up getting some mathematicians coming in, talk about pi and how the non-Euclidean geometry. There doesn't seem to be anybody that is willing to speak for non-Euclidean geometry, strangely enough. It might be the fact that it's not real, that nobody knows anything about it, because nobody can know anything about it. Who else do we want to talk to? I want to talk to anyone. I'm going to start going out again on the road. See if I can talk to some other people. We might be getting some people in this week, I think. Unless it was a setup, Mike, and I'm not too sure. So we'll see. Is it on there, Gadget? I don't know. Have you seen it? I don't know what's going on. I'll sort it out in a bit. Oh yeah, here we go. Here's Beddy's. Beddy came in this morning to drop this particular quote. He joined the server, dropped the quote, and then left the server. It's even got him. He left straight after he posted it. That's supposed to be Beddy's excuse as to why the fifth postulate doesn't work. I'm wondering whether he will come back, talk about pi. I don't think it's logic, really, is it? Pi's more mathematics.
It is Pi Night, but I'd like to ask why he leaves the server, comes back, joins the server, drops something in the chat, and then leaves the server again. What is that all about?
Because he's a giant pussy.
An intellectual weakling that can't talk to people. Has to drop the thing and run.
That giant puss is kind of, Pi Night, or Pi, Maybe that's what he is. I don't know. But I don't get that at all. I don't get the point.
Yeah, that's Beddy, the pseudo-logician. I don't know where he hangs out now. We're definitely not in Blue's server, so don't fear. But I mean, that's where Beddy might be. Over at Globe Earth Discord Central. Adult Globe Earth Discord Central. There's only adults that sell globes. Ooh, it's a bit of a bad mic, that, Mike. Bad mic, Mike. Yeah, quick dig in for Beddy.
Where's that weird guy who joined today's afternoon? Sovereign God.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, that was strange, wasn't it?
Mm.
That was strange. He was a flat earther. We had a flat earther in today. If anybody wants to know whether we are flat or globe, well, we are neither. And we had a bit of a running battle today. To start off with, he did come back later. Apologised for setting off on the wrong foot. Yeah, he did. He did.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Like I say, we'll try and talk to anyone. I particularly will talk to anyone.
Yeah. But, like, he came and spoke insanely and didn't really believe. Fucking hell. Oh.
Yeah. I don't want to bash the model. I don't want to bash the people with the model. Or I don't want people to think that we are bashing the people with the model. Like, I know that the model's been sold to most people at childhood. It's hard to get rid of. Most people, I'm going to suggest that most people within this arena, within this thing, have been talking to people for years about this. And I'm also thinking that most of the people that we talk to in here that are in this particular server don't watch telly. I probably think most of them drink distilled water and try and get a clear head. Because this is the practice ground. This is where your mind gets sharpened here. I'm hoping so, anyway. That's what I'm doing here. Well, yeah. The Logos has left me here doing this. I'm going to keep doing it for as long as possible. Anybody wants to come and talk about the model or anything, just stick to reality. Stick to reality and logic. And the psychology of it all now as well. The philosophy of it. But there's definitely a deeply rooted psychological element to what goes on here. I'd say most people have been given a model at childhood. And at a certain age, 6, 7, 8, it gets locked in. And at that point, there's no more globe model. Nobody teaches globe after that age. It's just all implied. So therefore you have to deal with it yourself. All of those ideas and stuff that you've been taught by people who you imagined were helping you, teaching you how to do things and how to progress. Well, turns out the globe isn't a subject. It's not a thing that anybody ever gets taught. And that's
Believe it.
where we're in at the minute. Yeah. You make your own. Whatever model you have of the globe, it's been made by you. The pictures that you've seen, you might have been influenced by that. But it's nothing else. It's just a concept of something that you've been given. You've been handed it. There's no proof or anything for it. They even admit now there's no proof. It's terrible when you talk to a glober. The hardcore ones. Most normal people have made their own models and they'll defend it how they can, to a point where they realise you can't defend it. It's an absurdity. So what do you do? Most people drop it, but I mean the people that we're talking to in these arenas and these conversations, they're bigoted people. They want to label you, and that's as far as they go. They don't go to discuss a model, or they don't go to discuss what reality is. Always gets down, doesn't it? Talking about fucking stupid model. Talk about reality and geometry, how it relates to reality. Somebody give us a hand. I'm struggling what to talk about now. Stupid fucking model. Anybody got any other chat about any models or anything to do with any model affliction? Looks like there's a big chat in the thing. I don't keep up with all of the other people. Does anybody know what else has been going on? Anyone want to come in, have a chat? What time is it? It's a bit early for us to be ending, and it's only 10:30. Anyone?
What? Did you say?
I'm just asking, see if anybody wants to talk about anything. But it doesn't look like it. It looks like. Come on. No.
I'll talk about reality.
Yeah.
Only reality.
It's like everybody's fallen asleep or something.
Yeah.
We're going to have to think of something else. We can't be doing this on every Monday. Waiting for me to talk shite and then get bored of talking shite about a model. It's not real.
Too busy moving stuff around at the house. Sorry. You know, always at the house doing something. Doing something. Not imagining anything.
Yeah, so Pi Day. Let's get back into it. Geometrically, pi, it being Pi Day, circumference over the diameter. when we had somebody in today, they didn't realise that. There's not a lot of people that I know do actually realise that pi is a number that relates to a circle. Well, they know it relates to the circle with the area or the volume or whatever. But the very fact that the number is a ratio of the circumference over the diameter, and it's a never-ending number. It never comes to a conclusion. States, like Saragaki was saying earlier, they can't square the circle. It just doesn't work. It's not a real thing. The circle becomes not a real thing. Ooh. Joe Pony Cat.
Oh, you can't?
Yeah. Always comes when we're on like live.
Yeah.
So I think...
Pony, but,
I think the...
Sorry.
I think the pi argument or discussion should be had by many people. But I know a group of people that won't want to talk about it. I know a group of people that will not put anybody up for discussion about pi. Ask yourself why. Why is there nobody here defending a model around something that's obviously Euclidean? Because that model isn't Euclidean. They'll tell you. There's only one geometry.
It is like, Bev, I've had always like this misunderstanding about Euclidean geometry versus non-Euclidean geometry. Why do we have non-Euclidean geometry to begin with?
I don't know, because somebody decided there was a problem. We went over that last week. Something to do with they have a problem with something to do with the fifth, that is the 12th axiom. And there's something about it not looking like the other ones and not being able to prove something. I don't know.
But it could be a definite reason for why it is there, right?
Well, I know the reason. The reason is because the model doesn't work. Euclidean geometry doesn't support the model that they want. It's the only reason that non-Euclidean geometry exists.
But people who made it, they could definitely understand it.
Do you reckon?
They could. Do
you reckon?
No, but I'm just like sort of speculating, but I have no.
Yeah,
I have no idea. But for me,
once you read into it, they say it can't be done. The Euclidean geometry is perfect. That's why we've been saying, like, nobody can show us it. It never makes it into three-dimensional geometry. It doesn't make it into reality. None of the non-Euclidean ones do. In reality, there is only Euclidean geometry. Like, can you imagine a circle? Can you imagine a not circle?
No.
No.
No. I can imagine a circle, but not circle. Can't. Why is it not circle?
Well, I don't know what you're thinking of as a Euclidean circle, because that's defined in Euclidean geometry. So if you want
that's
not
simple. It's
Euclidean geometry, non-Euclidean, you're going to need a non-circle. I've never seen a definition of a non-circle. In non-Euclidean geometry, there's no such thing as a square. So where do squares not exist? And then that's where you'll find where non-Euclidean geometry is.
And even they call it non-Euclidean geometry, non-Euclidean, right?
Yeah.
Against Euclid, which is which is the opposite of Euclid.
Well, Euclidean's the one that's defined that you know about. Yeah. So if you say not that, then it's just something that isn't Euclidean. But I mean, what is that? It's only Euclidean in reality.
It's like saying non-3D.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Okay, well done,
Yeah.
see. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, what's non-3D?
Or non-reality.
Yeah, not reality.
Exactly. Yeah, non-reality.
Not logos.
Definitely.
Unlogic.
Yeah, non-logical.
So everything is yeah.
The opposite of Spock for all the Trekkies.
So this is what I agree. So because everything in under the non-Euclidean geometry, it go completely against reality, the basics of it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, physical loss.
Not only that, but you can't go out into reality and practice it. You can only theorize it and write formulas for it. Strange. It's like they live inside of a computer.
Yeah, Stone Monkeys put 2 pi radians in a circle in rads and all of that. And well, you're assuming a Euclidean 3-dimensional sphere. Well, that's Euclidean. That's not non-Euclidean. It's really weird the way everybody does that. You know, like the moment you apply Euclidean measurements and circles, then you get Euclidean results. That's not what you're looking for. That's not what the ball model's looking for. So the moment you use any Euclidean geometry, I'm afraid you're in Euclid. If you're using Euclidean geometry, then you're in Euclidean 3 space. If you're using non-Euclidean, then you're in some 2D conceptual place. You're not living in reality. You're not in reality performing this geometry.
And I don't think there's no such thing as non-3D, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, that'd be a bit difficult, wouldn't it?
In reality, I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we've been here talking about reality all the time. I don't think I've ever been talking about not reality, because that's where all of us live, and that's definitely when we go out and do testing. We definitely go to reality. We don't go to non-reality. We don't record any results in non-reality.
Like when Rakia levels a plot of Earth, he's not leveling a non-plane of Earth, a non-plot of Earth, right? It's actual Earth that he's using.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm making it into a plane.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the Earth is not a plane. Like, most of it's hilly and, you know, has vertical change to it.
And your guy referred to it as watering last time, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of my main operators that operates most of my equipment, I have 4. He's one that uses watering. You know, like, I'm done watering the land, like the dirt, which means he's done leveling the dirt, making it horizontal. So whatever benchmark I give him, like today we had another big airplane hangar, and we set the farm horizontal, and then we wanted the grade underneath it to be 6 inches deep from the top of the board. So he said he was done watering the grade, right, the dirt, which means if you fill that form up to the top of the dirt, it's going to be 4 inches below the top of the form. And then you could fill it all the way up to the top of the form, and it would be level all the way. The water would be at the top of the form. And if you were high in one spot and low in another, the water would show you. It'd run out if it was low, and the board would be above the water if it was high. Very simple. In very small areas, right?
I can get that, and I never even sat on top of a grader, ever. Probably walked by one. That's about it.
But my point, in very small areas, you know, like you can set a 10 by 10 form horizontal and fill it with water, and it will run over if, you know, it's too low, or it will show wood if it's too high. Very, 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 very slight difference. And if it's too low in an area, that water is going to run out until it equalizes, till it gets to that level all the way around your form. I don't know how much simpler to make it. You can do it on a small scale or a large scale. It's no different. That water will equalize. It will find its level.
That is a guarantee.
You either live on a tiny earth or water doesn't care, one or the other.
Anybody who has an in-ground garage, they know what we're talking about, especially up here in Canada in the winter. That water always finds the lowest place. Always.
But they also not only use that term, where they come from, Honduras and places like that, they use the water level tool because it's a more economical tool. They can't afford, you know, most people there can't afford like a theodolite or a total station or whatever. So in a lot of their projects, they'll use water level tools because they're cheap, but they're just as accurate or more. People don't realize you can do more with a water level tool than you can like a auto level, but it just takes a little more effort, and you have to have that, you know, specific tool. But as far as going around a corner, not needing line of sight or going from room to room or something like that, it's once you get set up, it's way easier.
Yeah.
Yep. And in my garage, there's a sewer right around the middle of closer. Well, yeah, just about. Anywhere I put water on any corner of that garage, if I spill some water, and any corner, guess where it's going to go to? The middle where the sewer is. Why? Because the cement around it is a little bit higher on either end, so the water could run down the middle. This is not rocket science.
Yeah, to think that the middle, like, depending on where you're standing on a lake, the land that's holding in the water is rising and falling to, you know, to create that optical effect of where the water is, above your feet or below your feet, whichever way you're looking. Whether you're having to look down or look up, I don't know how they explain it, but it really gets odd, like, talking about it, especially when you put 2 or 3 different, observers. It's not something that the everyday person can explain.
Not in reality.
Yeah, just walk out your house and go to your neighbor or ask someone at a restaurant or a park or whatever and to explain how the drop works on a sphere that we live on. Just have them that simple question and record it. They'll babble on about they don't know what you're talking about. Most of them.
I've never talked to a surveyor that either knew or was willing to get into a conversation about curvature of level. It's a ridiculous concept for anyone to talk about, specific, and anybody within the trade.
Yeah, all the surveyors that I've talked to, which have been a pretty good bit, they tell me that water is horizontal. Like, that's how they would check their tool. If they thought their tool was out, they would compare it to the water nearby and see if their tool was out of, whack, or, if they're set up right, or, whatever. But when I do ask them specific questions on how to measure curvature of water, they don't know what to say. They've never done it.
Mm-hmm.
And for 2, they don't know how to answer that question because I don't know if they've never thought about it, because I can't really, speak for them, but it just seems like they've never even thought about that question.
Yeah, I'd say the ballers that we talk to, say the globe earthers that we talk to, say that the level curves or, horizontals don't exist or whatever. No surveyor would ever say that. Like, how? The ballers say there's no flat earth surveyors. Well, obviously it's not flat. They measure elevation changes. There is no surveyor that would get another job if they walk round saying that level curves. They wouldn't get a second job at all.
Yeah. Not even a geodetic surveyor?
Come on, no one. They wouldn't, would they?
Yeah.
How could they?
They would not. They would not. And I want everyone to hear this. Not one geodetic surveyor isn't a plane surveyor. That's all they do.
Mm-hmm.
They use plane surveying tools, plane surveying methods, and just connect the dots.
Yeah, the one dot that they don't connect is globe. Nobody else deals with globe. Only people in this fucking stupid arena that we're in.
Yeah. Tell me what day of class surveying school is. Do they teach you how to measure curved water? I want to be there.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen.
Yeah, I've done it. First day, you sort of get a dismissal of you don't ever do that, so don't even think about it. Don't worry about it. You'll never have to do that.
I'd like to go to go get my pilot's license and go to any instructor that teaches you what day Coriolis is. Besides blue, of course. because we all know, you know, Blue told me he was an instructor and taught Coriolis. So, wow, what do you know? Like, he's here in this topic. That's amazing.
Yeah.
He's a pilot and an instructor and taught Coriolis. But you go to any other class besides Blues, which I don't think he's teaching anymore. You won't be, there's no day or hour or minute that you'll be taught how Coriolis will affect your flight, and you know, how you correct for it, or what instrument you need to be aware of, or when you call the tower on a, you know, like we do, you know, almost like, depending on where you are, every 10 or 15 minutes you're talking to a tower, and not one time do they tell you, you know, you've deviated, you know, this
from
many
level
feet because of Coriolis. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what's his name? The truck driver, Howard Moore is getting his pilot license, and I joked around with him the other night. I said, Howard, you got to record your first flight, your first, you know, once you get your license, your first flight up, call in the tower and ask them how much earth curve you have to calculate for Coriolis. And he just laughed, because that's all he can do.
Yeah.
He will never, ever call the tower and ask him that, or compute it in his flight plan, because it doesn't exist. Now, he will learn about 1,000 other things, and he'll have to contact the tower about every little inch of barometric pressure that he has to adjust his altimeter for. Right? Every time we talk to a tower, they give us the barometric pressure for that area.
We've got an update. It appears that we do have some listeners, or somebody listening for him to tell him to come in. I think he must have been listening. Thanks for listening, Blue. Already there. He says, you're a liar, Rakia. I never said anything like that. You're just making stuff up. That's Blue.
No. Yeah, he's an old man that's forgetting the lies that he's told me over the years.
Yeah.
Definitely told me he was a pilot. Definitely told me that he trained, he was an instructor and taught the day of Coriolis. I remember it like it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Definitely blue marble science.
Yeah. That's the sort of thing you wouldn't forget, right?
Right.
Especially I know you, and I know the conversations that we've all had. And that's something that you will have remembered, because that's the first time you'll have ever heard anybody claim that they teach it.
Right.
Yeah.
And like Hayden NASA Shill, I will never forget that he told me he was an Air Force pilot and refueled the SR-71, Blue. You understand? I'll never forget those lies that y'all tell.
Yeah.
Never. That's why when you and Paid NASA Shill are on the same voice channel and someone wants to know something about piloting, they don't ask Paid NASA Shill, although he's way more qualified than you if you just have your PPL, and he was in the Air Force for that many years and refueled the SR-71, multi-engine jet that he's flying as a refueler and in the Air Force. He's way above your single or twin engine PPL, right? Well, that no one ever asked Paid NASA Shill anything, even you. You know why? Because y'all know he's not a pilot. So they ask you, a single engine, maybe flying a Tiger, a Cessna, or a twin engine. I don't know your rating, but I doubt it's twin jet, right? I doubt it's multi-engine jet. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but just by knowing you, if you are a pilot at all, which I think you were or are, you have your PPL and can fly a single engine Cessna or maybe a twin engine. But why would they ask you if Paid NASA Shill is in there? An ex-Air Force pilot with multi-engine rating, which he told me he had more than that. He had the
all of them.
Yeah, no, that wasn't him. That was Matt. Yeah, Matt. What engines are you rated for to fly? What was it? Flat Earth Math?
No, it was FE Pilot, wasn't it? FE Pilot.
FE Pilot, yeah, that was hilarious. But Paid NASA Shill says he has the highest rating license, which he can, it's transport or forget what it is. It's basically you can do anything. Passengers, cargo, that sort of thing. Forget what it's called actually, but it's a joke. But keep asking Blue your piloting questions, because these single engine PPL pilots, they know it all, right? My niece has that. Anyway.
I'll never forget Blue. He was the first guy that told me about sloping water, and then topped it up with unclamping the hump. Blue showed us that.
Unclamp the hump.
Many firsts for Blue in my book. He says, hey Ricky, I was, brackets not active anymore, a CFI/CFII, and not once did I ever say I taught Coriolis. You're damned liar, Ricky. I'm commercial instrument multi. What do you have?
No, I don't have my license yet. When I do, I'll just be single engine, and I won't have my instrument rating for a while. I'll just be VFR. But I haven't gone back to class yet. I don't have that much longer. We have our own plane to take lessons in. It's just taking the time to go do it with all this stuff that's going on.
He never said he taught Coriolis, so I mean at least that there's no Coriolis, right? That's a good one. So
ask him if he was ever taught Coriolis.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing, isn't it? Yeah.
He's commercial rated. Is that what he's saying? He's commercially instrument rated, whatever that means.
It's commercial, instrument, multi. So they may be three
instrument is
separate.
just VFR and instrument rate. Like you can fly by instruments. You don't have to have visual. You can fly that IFR rating flight plan. So you can fly in clouds, basically, or bad weather. Instrument rating is a higher rating. It's more hours in the cockpit and like more training. It's a higher rating. Well, that's good if he has that.
Mm-hmm.
So he would know all about being trained on Coriolis. What day was it, Blue?
Yeah.
Why are you in chat?
He's hiding away in chat. He doesn't even want us to know that he was listening. That must have pained him. Yeah, it must have pained him to type something in chat.
He's probably busy.
Yeah.
We
want to comment about Pi, Blue. What do you think about that? That's good.
I wonder if Blue ever heard of illusionary wind. It's a new one that came up today, folks.
Yeah.
I wonder if he agrees with
Moyak.
Bob or whoever it was that says you have to correct for Coriolis when you're driving down the highway. Blue, you were in that discussion, weren't you? Because I think Bob is a pilot too. I mean, everybody's a pilot.
Well, they were on opposite sides of the argument, Rakia. One was saying yes, and one was saying no, if I recall.
Oh, were they? I don't remember that. I just remember everyone being there, and a couple pilots were talking about how they correct for Coriolis. Yeah. I was sitting in a parking lot on Greenwood Springs Road. I can tell you exactly where I was when that conversation was happening, because I was laughing like no get out. Because I was asking them, well, what instrument? Like when do you calculate that? When, do you have to report how much Coriolis you're feeling, or do you pass that on to the pilots near you, or it's just something that
you read the Coriolis gauge?
Yeah. Where's the tablet? Like, where's the calculator that tells me how much Coriolis I'm going to be affected by when I'm in, behind the stick? I mean, surely if it's affecting the airplane or the flight, you would train on it, for one, and then you would have an instrument that would tell you, or at least a chart, and then, go from there. You probably just trim a little bit. It's probably just wind, right? Like, more drag this way or that way, making the airplane fly on a certain vector, so you adjust for that. It's probably just that, right, Blue? I get wound up with the pilots. Paid NASA shield ruined me with all his refueling the SR-71 and being a Pan Am pilot. Crap.
Moyak was, speaking of flying and pilots, Moyak was telling me today that there's a thing called illusionary wind. Now get this. It affects a plane, but there could be balloons right next to the plane and not affect them. And that negates the Coriolis effect. Have you ever heard anything more ridiculous? A force that can affect a plane, multi-ton vehicle, and not affect a balloon next to it. Illusionary wind. Where do you go from there?
You go to Blues and hang out, talk about it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where you can go and talk about these sort of things. I mean, you can come here and have a chat about it, but there's no experts about any of this stuff because the globe isn't real. So the experts just make shit up. Isn't that right, Blue? You're forced to unclamp shit and talk about bent horizontals like Wally. Illusionary wind to account for something that doesn't happen in the first place.
Oh, I remember another good one. This is concerning Blue years ago. We were talking about a plane flying on autopilot. And they were saying, yeah, the plane's going to go around. It's going to stay flying level, the same altitude, but it's going to travel around the globe. So I go to Blue. Blue, what? How? What's the mechanism? You know what he said? Equipotential gravity causes the plane to follow the curve of the so-called globe all the way around. Tell me I'm lying, Blue. Tell me I'm lying.
He says, I've done vids on this. The Coriolis force on an aeroplane would be too small to even measure with any instrument I ever had. Of course we don't account for it. Don't be silly. You best tell Moyoc, Blue, he's like rogue.
You got to catch up with the times, bro.
Yeah.
We got illusionary winds here. You're behind.
Rumpus is saying, Kevlar, how can you claim I was kicked off today's show? I was there till the end. What? Is he here? Rumpus? What?
He's probably talking about another show. He wasn't in this show.
Oh, he might have been somewhere else. Jose's.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about Jose's. Right.
Did they throw you out, Rumpus?
I suppose also it's more appropriate to have videos of sunny environments released in the spring rather than the winter. Oh. Yeah, Rumpus, have you done any of your videos or anything? Yeah, any of your testing? Or any? He was meant to be checking out your videos and your streaming, all of that sort of stuff.
So when is George coming down, Rumpus? May? June?
I should be soon. I mean, we're getting ready to do our stuff. Should be good, Rumpus. We've got, like, inspired by Rumpus and his 600-meter statement of the verticals. Plumb bobs. We've got a test.
Yeah, to follow up on what SC said about Blue, he says that gravity causes a column of air, basically, at a certain altitude. Whatever altitude you're at, there's a pressure difference above the plane and below the plane. And once you get it set, it will take you in that same column around the Earth. There you have it. I may be calling it a column, but you know what I'm saying, the same layer of air.
Yeah, that's what he said. He's just wrote it here. You may be intentionally lying, Essie. He's not at all. He says, but you certainly don't understand. An airplane flies at a constant air pressure, which is a constant altitude, except for barometer changes. What?
Constant altitude, except for barometer changes.
Yeah. Nice. How do they know they're keeping it a constant altitude with the barometer changes? I don't
That's
know.
what I was saying earlier. Every time you check into a tower, which is often in a lot of cases, they're giving you the barometric pressure reading and how much to adjust your altimeter. And it's got a little dial on it, and you might be at 5,100 feet, and they'll tell you to go to 5,000, 90 feet or whatever it may be. It's usually small, but it's so you don't hit the ground. Like if you have to land quickly, they want you to have the right, reading on your instrument, so you're not, the ground approaches you at the right distance. So it's definitely affected by the barometric pressure. But for it to hold you in a flight pattern around the rim of a sphere, or at a certain altitude around a ball, yeah, you might want to show me that.
They just envision their model, and they just, they think that that's the way it happens without putting any thought into it.
Well, that's what it has to do, although you're dealing with what they tell us is powered flight, not a ballistic, right? So, that power is overcoming gravity. So how is it all of a sudden gravity is affecting it? I'm confused, for one. So.
Well, at least he owned up to it. He didn't call me a liar.
Yeah, we're not trying to lie. I mean, we don't have to lie to make you sound ridiculous, Blue. Do it just fine enough. I just think you forget about all the things you say, which is fair enough, right? I mean, we're on a lot of shows, and hey, if I'm wrong, if you just said you took a class or whatever, or you just misspoke or I misheard or whatever, but you definitely said that Coriolis was taught in flight training, right, Blue? Because basically at that time, all we were talking about is what day, right, of school is that, so we can attend.
Blue says,
I think, if I'm not mistaken, Blue said it was on the first day. He might have been joking.
Yeah, probably. He's put Damrick here. Altimeter settings are in inches of mercury. For fuck's sake. You need more study, it seems. They don't take mercury barometers up there, do they, Blue? But, I mean, it's handy, inches of mercury. I don't think you know what you're saying, Blue. But, I mean, if you want to keep with the inches of mercury, that's good.
I think Blue might have put in a couple of those gotchas, where he says stuff wrong, where we'll say it later.
Yeah, that might
it
be
might
one
be
of
that.
them. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he can call us a liar.
Yeah, and go,
right,
ha,
Blue?
ha, ha.
Scooter.
Yeah, they're all in. They're all in the chat. Thanks, guys. I mean, you're giving us plenty of stuff for in the YouTube text chat, people. That's where we get all of the best.
Yeah, it was pretty bored until Blue came in and said a physical object that's powered by an engine that overcomes gravity is affected by gravity in flight so much that it's pulled around a ball. Thanks, Blue. You're the best.
Gravitational equipotential.
When you put those numbers into their calculators and all, they figure out a jet going 500 miles an hour, blah blah blah, would have to, would drop so many miles over an hour or whatever. It's pretty. I mean, it's significant, right? In 1 hour of flight, you're dropping however many feet or miles, whatever it is. It's significant either way. And to say that the force of gravity is doing that when you have huge engines on these planes that are overcoming gravity is kind of doublespeak in my book.
Yeah, they say that all the time. Like the butterfly's wings, it overcomes gravity. So does the plane. But somehow, yeah. Sorry, Blue. Try again.
Yeah, I think Blue said he wanted to do a video about the hump. We're hoping more people are going to be doing the elevation profiles with the unclamped hump elevation profiles. But Blue did say something about the test and the slope of the water and LIGO and the bridge. That Blue. I'm hoping you are going to actually do that, Blue. I'll stick you to that. It'll be interesting.
Oh, I'm lying. Uh-oh. Ricky, I've joined your ranks. We're both liars now.
Rumpus is happy to type it in the chat. Did somebody say he got kicked off Jose's? He might have been embarrassed. Because I have just been over that video today with Rumpus, the old one, going over some old videos to see how much the conversation's changed. And Rumpus has the angle of down video. But in that video, he does say that you can check whether plumb bobs are not parallel. Obviously by being perpendicular to the water level, I think. Over 600 meters. It's not like you ever misrepresent what other people say, is it, Blue?
What's he crying about now?
I don't know. He's just on about stop misrepresenting stuff. And I mean, I don't know. I don't think anybody's misrepresented anything, but I do know that Blue definitely misrepresents what people say. Because he's model obsessed. Model afflicted. I'm guessing Blue's a boomer. So, I mean, it may be hard for them to get the model out when you've seen, well, when you've watched the telly and seen people walking on an imaginary place and imagined that you've seen it happen. It can be a powerful thing.
Oh, forgot to ask him. Hey, Blue, how's the Blue Fortress going along?
Oh, don't say that. We're definitely not in there, Blue. Don't. Yeah.
A little bird told me, came and whispered something in my ear, something about a fortress, blue, safety, safe room.
Yeah, he's kicked everybody out. Blue, you think you've got some sort of a gotcha? Come on, Blue. Let's have a discussion about what a barometer is. Especially mercury. Inches of mercury. Let's see how we get it to work. We've got all of this sort of stuff planned, Blue. It'd be good fun. But you don't want to have a conversation about any of this, do you? Is it called, would mercury be fluid statics? I'm not too sure. I think so. But that's a paradox. You don't want to go there, Blue. I definitely wouldn't be. Oh, got this one. Don't watch, Blue. Text chat trolls. So we've got the pie discussion for the genius mathematicians that want to come in and have a discussion about it. We've got the tests of the water levels for you to explain to us how you get the drop or the slope, whichever one it's going to go. Blue, come on. Let's go, Blue. What you doing? Blue's got a gotcha about inches of mercury, I think it is, in a barometer. Blue wants to come and have a talk about a barometer from the chat of a YouTube channel and bitch and moan about things that he interprets other people saying. I've got a pressure reading here, Blue. I've got one myself. You can just press a button. It reads all sorts of different pressure ratings. Different scales. Mercury is one of them. But it's not actually got any fucking mercury in it, has it? So it's handy, Blue. I mean, like, yeah, let's do it. Let's do the mercury barometer and exactly how it works and the principles of it from first principles. We'll do that, Blue. Fluid statics. Pressure rating. I wonder how that all works. I wonder if it's got anything to do with all horizontals being parallel. But think it's about something else, Blue, if you want. Like, really do. Think it's about your gotcha that you've imagined that you're talking about. You'll be clipping something out, being able to make a little video out of something. But yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody's been keeping the pressure argument. We deal with first principles first. We are dealing with horizontal. So once we can sort out that we've got our first base foundation, I mean, we're happy with it, what we've got. But like I say, it's coming up to testing season. We're ready to go and put it out. We will be doing the test, just like you, Rumpus. We've got tests on. Our test is to find and to show people how we realise Euclid. We're going for the first proposition in book 11. Straight line. Lies within a plane. All of it. So, yeah, Blue, let's go. We're getting a channel going. We'll do Realising Euclid, and you can do Trigger Glober. How about that? Does that sound good for next level? Next level, we'll do Realising Euclid and putting Euclid to the test in reality. And all the Globers can just do Trigger Glober and tell us what's wrong about us doing Realising Euclid. We sort of have a go at what's wrong with forcing the line as well. Well, not what's wrong with it, but the Euclidean principles behind forcing the line. Yep. Is the offer? It's in the chat. Science is asking you. He wants some sort of proof. I mean, you're the big blue marble, granddaddy, grandpappy of the globe. Let's have a discussion. We'll do Realising Euclid, and Rumpus can do his nutsack drop from the horizontal. We'll show you how to set the horizontal up, and Rumpus will show you how to measure drop from it. I think that's what I'm going to be doing soon. I'm going to be setting this, setting the test up and putting some logical proofs together. I do have a new idea to tie the geometry, and I'm guessing pi as well, and the relationship of pi and Euclidean geometry to the measurement in reality. So anytime any one of the Rumpus or Blue or Bob, you know, one of the ones that actually know about what they're dealing with the globe model. I mean, these ones that come into our text chat, they're not much of a... I don't consider them as serious globers. They're just text chat trolls. But I mean, anybody you want to, anytime you want to go and start some sort of a discussion about it. Right, see you, Blue. Do you want me to, Blue, I'll read Blue's comment, right? Because he's been offered to come in. Blue says, Since all you can do is lie about what I've said, and you're too big a coward to show that you were wrong about an altimeter, I'll go and do something useful. This is a waste of time. Agreed, Blue. See you later. There's no need for you to come here. I mean, stay in the background listening if you want. Always help us out with the numbers. Watch hours. They're going up, Blue. I can't stop it. We seem to be doing quite well. All the numbers are going up. So thanks, yeah. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for being with us. It's going to get fun. We're going to start talking about the tests and how we are going to put these tests together. And Buster said as well. Buster said, we're going to watch it die. So
let's get this straight before we go. Blue wasn't an instructor and didn't teach about Coriolis.
Yep. That's what we got tonight. Yep.
Thanks, Blue.
And he gets bored when he comes here, so. Oh, he also said that we lie about him all the time, so. I mean, that was. He did that. That's just what I got. This was that Blue wasn't an instructor and he didn't ever teach anybody about Coriolis. He didn't ever say whether he was taught about it either. We didn't get that out of him, Ricky.
Yeah, I asked him what day he was taught. I mean, surely he took the class, right? He was there that day. He has a CDI IOU instrument rating commercial pilot's license, so surely he was there that day when they taught Coriolis. Love to hear that.
I thought you were going, Blue.
Bye, Blue.
He's come back. He's come back. He wants to know, how did you gain 500 subs, but your views didn't go up, Bev? Why did those people sub to you? Question mark. My views are going up, Blue. And the watch time is going up. So thanks, people.
Why is he concerned with your subs?
I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe his own isn't doing so well. That's usually the case. I mean, because if he was gaining 500 subs and his watch time was going up and all of that, he probably wouldn't be worried about yours. Like, I've never checked your watch time out or anything.
Well, I haven't either. I mean, Blue told us about a load of subs that went down, which they did, and now they've gone back up again, Blue. I mean, now he's telling us about the subs going back up again. So it's nice to know that, yeah, Blue's keeping tabs on my subs. But, I mean, I don't know what's going on, Blue. I don't.
He sounded more happy, though, when they were going down, if I recall.
Yeah, he did, I think.
They were doing whole shows about that. They probably won't mention that they're going up.
Well, they might be making shows about why they're going up again as well. You never know.
Maybe. They do need the content. I got a show for you, Blue. How about a bunch of you smart guys go out there with all those instruments you got and measure curved water over, I don't know, a mile? Show me that 8 inches. You know, the right way?
Well, Rumpus has said that you can measure verticals not being parallel, does he say, or perpendicular? Parallel, I think it was. I'll go over it, right, yeah. So 600 meters. Let's go. You show it, Blue. Get your team together with Rumpus. I mean, Rumpus, I know Rumpus is doing the drop. So you could easily get, who've you got on the team?
Larry Scott can do it.
Yeah, Larry, Jesse, Jeff. You get the team on it. Let's get Rumpus proved right before Rumpus measures the drop of the water level. You guys could be famous before Rumpus, because otherwise Rumpus is going to be the man, isn't he? Rumpus.
Rumpus.
Yeah.
Who measured the concrete curve? And was it
That
Larry?
was Larry. Larry did the
yeah.
2-inch drop of the
Could do a show about that, Blue. There's just some content. Larry Scott, professional. Great equipment. 2,500 feet, measured 2 inches of drop of concrete due to earth curve, in his own words. Following the curvature of earth. There you go. There's a show for you, Blue.
Yeah. Yeah, all of it there. But even Bob might be able to help him with his sticky tape. Sticks and sticky tape. You never know.
And lights.
Yeah, and yeah. Flashing lights. Pattern flashing lights on his auto level.
Pimp your auto level.
Pimp the auto level.
Pimp your trike.
Curvature switch. You can put a curvature switch on it. You get that going.
I would highlight that. It seemed like that would be like some bright red switch on the side, like, with a sticker around it. That's curve switch.
Yeah. Be
Yeah,
careful. Be like a warning on it.
Make sure, this is something you check right off. That don't have this switch in the wrong position because, well,
Yeah, plane surveying or geodetic, is it? Like
your sewers might back up, stuff like that.
Curvature switch.
Wrong slope.
I forgot all about that one.
I put it on the video with Rumpus today. That's why I remember it.
That was
we got to make sure Rumpus has his curvature switch on when he does this test. I mean, that would be a shame if he waited a couple of years to do a test and he had his equipment on the wrong setting.
Yeah. Or put it upside down. They put this curvature switch going the other way.
Rumpus
concave earther.
Curvature hump. I wonder if there's an unclamp switch. Maybe Blue knows.
Gadget, Blue is a slope guy. He doesn't have drop or hump. He has slope.
He has slope with water not moving due to the slope. Magic slope. We're probably lying.
Yeah.
Or
I've got that one.
Well, he might have just said it as an Easter egg, one of those things he just puts in there as not a lie, he's just seeing if we'll catch it type thing. What do you call that? If it's not a lie, like it's not a blatant lie.
It's like an Easter egg.
Yeah, deception Easter egg. Like
Yeah, just for you to spot, like see whether you can to see how sharp we all are.
Yeah, see how long it takes us to catch all of Blue's lies that he doesn't tell.
Here we go. It's only 1 minute. This is Blue's proof. I clipped this one when I was going over. I thought I'd do this for another one, so I'm going to play this in the live chat. It's only a minute, but this is Blue.
I do not have a model. Other than saying level is horizontal.
I do, and my model says level is not horizontal.
Brilliant. I say I can prove that level is horizontal.
And I say I can prove it is not.
Brilliant. It's sloping away. The water.
Yeah.
No, the water level doesn't slope away.
Yeah.
Blue.
Yes, it does.
No,
yes, it does.
It's level. That's what level is.
But it does.
No slope.
That's right. That's exactly right.
We know
it
how
is
water
level. We
flows.
agree with that. It is level.
Yeah, water
it's
flows.
All the same,
doesn't it?
Potential.
Down.
It's all at the same potential.
Water wouldn't slope away.
All the elevations will be the same, but they're dropping away from that horizontal that is perpendicular to the surface normal at the point you put your auto level. That's just the way it is.
There you go. Just the way it is. Dropping away. on a slope. So there you go, Gadget. Slope. Blue's going with the slope, and he can prove it. Anytime, Blue. Let's get Team Globe on the go. We're going to do Realizing Euclid. And like I say, I'm pretty sure I can prove that level is horizontal because level is horizontal. And I'll prove it with the test that we do, Realizing Euclid. We'll do a straight line first, and then we can go to the plane, and then we can do all of the other ones. But we'll get I think we'll throw in a vertical, horizontal, perpendicular test as well. We might do it at Bedford as well. That'll be good with the top hats. We're getting quite a team together. If anybody wants to come and get involved in any of these tests that we're doing, give us a shout. We are definitely, I think in this year at some point we're going to go down to Bedford on the annual pilgrimage to the home of the level that we do here at Next Level. And we're going to go and we're going to do a water level test. We'll do Realizing Euclid, shared straight line segment, water level test, proving that level's horizontal, but we're going to throw in a perpendicular verticals into it as well, thanks to Rumpus. 600 meters. It's going to be a good year. Who's V Thomas? But what about doing a Next Level date night? Nah. Well, no, we don't do that. We're not a dating show. Yeah, Bedford Level, the home of the level. I've been there twice. And I hope to go there. I think I'm 2, perhaps 3 times this year. Coming soon, but my lad's doing his exams, so we have to wait until after that before we go down there. But yep, do that. And I think I want to do, because Ali was talking about it, Electric Bray. I think I wouldn't mind going there as well. But since we've been and done Robotham and the Wallace one, I think it's only right that we should be there to go and see. Nice one, Jeff. We should be there to see Rumpus and the Rumpus test. He's not doing a taut line, you know. That on Rumpus. Rumpus is just looking for the drop. 21 feet drop, I think he's going, of the water level. I don't think he understands how it all works, but it's definitely what Rumpus is going for. 21 foot drop down the water level. And hopefully we're going to get Blue to show how he can prove the slope. And we've got some Rumpus stuff there. I think that's a Blue one as well. That was Blue Marble there. He said, I said it could be gravity pocket. It could be a gravity pocket causing the vertical deviance on Rumpus's pole. And Blue said, Or maybe you could research radius of gyration and learn something. Anyone else ever heard of the radius of gyration?
Here we go again.
Yeah, that's good, isn't it?
It's another unclamping. I could smell it.
It's always blue. Like, always in the background, there's blue. With his comments. It's good.
Must have read it somewhere.
But that was the radius of gyration that made Rumpus's pole bend. Not the fact that he's got fucking plastic tubing and a big metal thing on top of it. Yeah, that's what.
Pole curvature formula.
Do you reckon that Feynman quote? He does some good ones and does some weird ones as well. The value of a college education is not the learning of many facts, but the training of the mind to think. Under what sort of training and what sort of thinking? That was Einstein. Quote from Feynman. 1879 to 1955. Right in that era.
Yeah, perfect. When they were changing reality.
Yeah. I think it started a little bit before the 1850, 1871, and then 1886 they went, boom, let's have it, full on, let's go. Einstein had just been growing up then. Give me the mind of a child.
Yeah, get them when they're young. And fill their brains up with nonsense.
Yeah. People like the ones that we're talking to now, you know, people that have a model that want to push all of their knowledge, right? Are they thinking, or is it just the information that they've taken in that they want to push on other people?
Zero thought. Zero. Trained well. Learn what they tell you. Memorize. Get the exam right.
Yeah.
And you're good.
Yeah, the testing, I think, is probably the way they get you, because they train you to know what they tell you.
And not only that,
thought process is gone.
Not only that, they give you 4 choices. A, B, C, or D. They tell you which one of these is right. How about if it's E? How about if the correct answer is E? What happens then?
Yeah.
You fail the test, right? Multiple choice question, A, B, C, or D. But how about if neither of them is correct in your mind, let's say? Yeah, they got it all figured out.
Yeah, I have a theory that back in the day you were brought up by your parents. That's why, you know, this to the age of whatever, you're meant to get a boost start in, you know, how to grow up with your parents are looking after you in your own best interests. And then after that, you would be brought up into the skill of your parents. That's how you progress. And if you're not adapted for that particular trade or whatever, then you would know someone that, you know, you would try and get your child in with whatever, you know, they're adapted to. Well, the school system takes all of that away from everybody, and it trains people to be standardized, I think. It must be tough on how do you do that with multiple people in a school education system. What's the best way to bring your children up, and who's the best person to do that? Who do you trust to be educated? Nobody gets educated about the globe, Thomas. Like, you do your own, you make your own model. Yeah. It's no good talking about models, you're right, asking. Just stick to reality. I mean, why bother talking about a model? I think any time talk of a model reinforces whatever model it is. Since most people just have a generic view of the model. Because they've made it themselves and everybody else has made their own. Is somebody talking about ripping a model apart, or is that something he's brought up? Thomas is talking about ripping it apart. You can come and rip the model apart if you want, Thomas. If you think you've been trained in it enough, or you know what the model is, then yeah, come in. Give us your best ripping it apart. You'll have to let us know which model it is that you're ripping apart. But yeah, come in. Tommy G says the education system is a program in incremental indoctrination in degrees until one becomes fully certified, doctored into the indoctrination program. Sounds about right. I'll have that. When you look into the model, that's why most people are here. There's not much, and you're always left asking questions, but there's nobody to answer the questions. Literally no one, because they don't make any sense. Half of the time you have to ask yourself, why am I asking this? It's not real. There is no model. You can have this model, or whatever model it is that you're imagining in your head right now. That's the only model that exists. There's reality. And then there's a model that you can construct in your mind of what you imagine reality is, but you've only got reality to work from, your interpretation of reality. Yeah, FPV. There is no more Globers. I think they're getting embarrassed. They're a dying breed. And especially Globers that can defend their model with serious thought and, an argument. They just go with the "you're a flat earther," a ridicule type stuff. Well, we're not flat earthers, so that doesn't really work too well. And they've got no globe. It's embarrassing when you're here. I mean, I'm here talking about reality. We've had Globers come at us. All of them. I don't know any of the Globers that... Well, Simon Dan, but I mean, you can't call him a fucking Glober. That's just ridiculous. There's no argument. There's nothing come from that guy. Useless. Conspiracy Cats, he's just as bad, running away. Got nothing. I don't even know who the expert Globers are. There is none. We've destroyed all of the surveyors. There are, I'm quite confident, absolutely certain, there's no such thing as a globe surveyor or a globe geometer. They don't exist. There is no globe Earth believer that has any geometric proof of the globe model. None. And I'm surprised I'm being allowed to talk like this. How good is this? Not one Glober come to defend a model. I'm being allowed to talk shit about a model that doesn't exist. And there's no one to come and defend the model. No one. There is no geometric defense for a model that doesn't exist. Yeah, fight the fat girth. He's like, yeah. He's the guy that brought me in here. And he's unable to have a conversation about this. The geometry of the shape of everything. The globe Earth has nothing. It's ridiculous. They're just gonna have to make videos about us while we start doing tests, showing everybody exactly what happens through the auto levels. Wonder if we'll actually get people to come and watch us when we go live this time. Yeah, Gadget, they're not bringing back Jesse. Jesse's not coming back. He can't. Yeah, ask him. Pretending they didn't hear us talking about their model and how they've got no proof is their best proof. Pretending they didn't hear it. I'm after intelligent conversation of anybody that can show us. I mean, Rakia, SE, me, DP, Spot On. We're all in it for the same thing. water level. We want to know where the claimed curvature of this water level is. We all know it's horizontal, but the Globers have been claiming, and they've been calling us all sorts of things over the fact that level, they say, is a circle. They've been told many times by the people on their own side. It doesn't happen. But there's loads of people, mainly the trolls. Now, we had a case today where the flat earther came in, assumed that we were on the globe side, got very angry, and you know, the exchange was heated at first. And I don't want to try and come across like that, because I'm seriously after conversation. I want as many people to find understanding that they can on their own. We've got tests, but we've been saying like this for quite a while, that these tests that we do, we've already done them. So that I'm not going to be doing them for me this time. I've already done the tests for me. We've already done the tests, and we know it works. We've done the testing. We've done all of that. When we go out now, it's to show other people the tests that we can do and how easy it is to do it. But when we do the tests, we're not doing them for people. We're not actually doing tests for other people. We're doing tests to show people how they could do it for themselves. And I'd still say to people, you're never really going to get the experience unless you have a go and do it for yourself, or come to one of the events that we're doing. Then you can be part of it. You can understand it and do the practice. It's like Euclid and the geometry, logic. It needs to be planned out and thought about and practiced yourself in order to gain anything from it. That's what we want to do, is to give that to people. What we've been doing here over these last few years has helped me immensely, and hopefully a lot of people that are here with us. I'm hoping we can bring more people, and I think we've got one of the best groups of people, and we've got possibly one of the biggest groups of cameras to go and film stuff all over. And we've got the Discord as well now, so we can live stream to Discord, do as much as we can with the testing. But the Discord's where it all happens. All of the planning, all of the testing, all of the laughing, right? The comedy, the jokes. The working out and everything. It's been great. So come on in, come to the Discord. And what have we got tomorrow? Friday, Tuesday, Logic Night. I'm gonna put the Betty video out tomorrow. Hopefully we can get Betty to come round and we'll do some more logic about all of that stuff. Thanks, people. Well, we do it all for everyone. Like, this is the teamwork, all of it. Everything that we do here is the people that are here. Everybody that's listening, everybody. As a group, we grow together and get, we get better. And then everybody that comes in and talks, anyone that comes in and chats with us, everybody will bring something. Later, Boris. Thanks for watching. It's midnight now. I think I'm going to have to... I'll end this show. Anyone got a buster? You know, a buster track? I'm going to go back into the Discord afterwards. We're not... Well, I'm ending it on the YouTube. Anyone got any final words? I'll get a Buster song ready. Greatest speech. Okie dokie. Thank you very much for listening, watching. Pi Day is now over in the UK. Euclidean geometry, pi, we own this shit. Just reality. Come and join us tomorrow. Euclid, not Euclid, Logic Night tomorrow. I haven't got a clue what we're going to be doing, but it's going to be good. Going to be good. Logic's the way forward. So, thanks for listening. See us tomorrow, 8 o'clock, same time. Buster.
You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate. To those who can hear me, I say, do not despair. The misery that is now upon us is but the passing of greed, the bitterness of men who fear the way of human progress. The hate of men will pass, and dictators die. And the power they took from the people will return to the people. And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Let us fight to free the world. Let us all unite. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men, machine men with machine minds and machine hearts. Let us fight to free the world. Soldiers, don't give yourselves to brutes, men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, or what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men, machine men with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines, you are not cattle, you are men. You are men. Let us fight to free the world. You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate, the unloved and the unnatural. Soldiers, don't fight for slavery, fight for liberty. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you. You, the people, have the power to create machines, the power to create happiness. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world. A decent world that will give men a chance to work, that will give youth a future and old age a security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Dictators free themselves, but they enslave the people. Now let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world. Let us fight to free the world. Let us fight for a world of reason. A world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite. Let us fight to free the world. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world. You, the people, have the power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you. You, the people, have the power. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world. Let us fight to free the world. Let us fight for a world of reason, a world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite.